Els llegums són tan importants a la dieta mediterrània perquè han sigut, són i crec que ho seran, una font de proteïna vegetal super important a la nostra dieta. A part de que són un grup d'aliments que són molt combinables amb la resta d'ingredients o d'aliments que corresponen a la dieta mediterrània, fruita seca, oli d'oliva verge extra, hortalisses, etc. Welcome to el Bages. Ei, Joan! Ara estem als Horts de Sant Benet, un paisatge idíl·lic. Poder tenir la sort de venir aquí, passejar una mica, collir els propis productes, conèixer-los de primera mà per després poder aplicar a la Fundació Alícia, això la veritat és que no té cap preu. Aquí tenim la gran sort que en tenim un gran equip titular de llegums, ja siguin en varietats i tipus de cigrons, des dels més menuts fins als més plens, fins a altres tipus de mongetes blanques, fesolets, més petitonets. Jo crec que aquí no ens podem queixar de la varietat de llegums, això fa que s'enriqueixi molt els nostres àpats del dia a dia si fem plats amb llegums. De fet, a la Fundació Alícia sempre hem tingut aquesta mirada enrere, com aquest patrimoni culinari que ens aporta la cuina catalana, on els llegums sempre han estat presents i, per tant, no els hem deixat mai de banda, ans al contrari, els hem volgut revaloritzar de sempre, i no només ara, sinó en un futur, perquè és un dels aliments del futur, precisament. Doncs anem a fer una recepta molt tradicional d'una amanida, concretament amb mongetes blanques cuites, el que se'n diu empedrat. L'empedrat és, com bé us dic, aquesta amanida de mongetes cuites amb diferents tipus de verdures i hortalisses, on després hi posem una miqueta de bacallà esqueixat, uns filets d'anxova i una miqueta d'udú. Llavors el primer que farem és posar ja les mongetes en un recipient. En aquest cas són mongetes blanques d'aquestes tipus de Santa Pau, que són més petitetes. I ara anirem tallant ja totes les verdures. Posem el pebrot vermell, anem a fer el mateix amb el pebrot verd. Anem a fer ara amb la ceba. Ho tirem tot plegat i ara ens quedaran sols remenar-ho, amanir-ho i acabar-ho amb el bacallà i l'udú. Podem fer-ne farcits per truites, podem fer-ne guisadets amb tipus de peix, guisadets amb carn, els podem fer passats per la paella, podem fer-ne bunyols, podem utilitzar-los també per fer alguns snacks, tal qual, cruixents al forn. De fet, la polivalència a la cuina dels llegums és molt àmplia, podem fer-ne de molts tipus i, sobretot, no només combinar-los amb mongetes, sinó amb diferents tipus de llegums que podem trobar al mercat. El llibre va ser una miqueta el resultat d'anys i anys treballant. Els llegums sempre han format part del nostre ADN a l'hora de promoure una alimentació rica, bona, sabrosa, saludable, i ja no només sigui amb una promoció dels hàbits alimentaris, amb l'educació alimentària, sinó també amb donar respostes a solucions per dietes restrictives. Els llegums ens aporten molt, i evidentment ho vam poder traduir en un format de llibre on vam intentar explicar què són, què es poden fer i sobretot donar moltes i moltes idees d'aplicacions que pots fer a casa teva. N'hi ha molts, però un dels que m'ha captat l'atenció i tot em vaig llegir en el seu moment és La teca, de l'Ignasi Domènech, un cuiner d'aquí, precisament de Manresa, que va aterrar una miqueta tota aquesta cuina de refinament. Ell havia treballat amb l'Escoffier a l'Hotel Savoy de Londres i va aterrar tota la cuina de refinament fent el que diu de fet el llibre, la veritable cuina casolana de Catalunya, o sigui, posant sobre amb un paper diferents i una infinitat de plats de la cuina tradicional catalana en un llibre que és La teca.
Bon dia, good afternoon. Welcome to another segment of the literature of the Mediterranean diet during our week-long celebration of Sant Jordi, New York City 2021, organized and supported by the Farragut Fund for Catalan Culture in the US and its director, Mary Ann Newman. My name is Rosie Song, and I hold a chair in Hispanic Studies at Durham University. And I'm delighted to share today's program with my colleague, Daniel Newman, who has recently translated and published a fascinating cookbook from Egypt from the 15th century, which we will be talking about today. Daniel Newman holds a chair of Arabic Studies at the University of Durham, and his publications include An Imam in Paris, account of a stay in France by an Egyptian cleric, The Sultan's Feast, the book that we're gonna talk about today, and also The Sultan's Sex Potions, Arab Aphrodisiacs in the Middle Ages, and also a collection of modern Arabic short stories, among many other publications. So welcome, Daniel. Thank you so much for being here today. And I have to start by saying that you and I, Daniel, despite being colleagues, have not yet personally met due to the pandemic, right? So I had just joined Durham when we all went into lockdown, and pretty much since then, we have been living in a virtual world. So hello, and nice to meet you in this setting. And how have you been?
Thank you. Well, hello to you too, Rosie. And it's so exciting to actually. I think this has never happened before. That a colleague and I are collaborating on something literally without having met. And as you say, you arrived in Durham while I was away, and then the pandemic meant that everybody was away. So, but it's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much, and congratulations again on this magnificent book. We will show the cover when we talk about the later parts of the book. But before we get to that part, I thought that maybe you can tell us a little bit about this cookbook, about the author and his history, and we'll sort of go building into sort of the context and the content of this book before we get sort of to the meaty part of it, which probably are the recipes. Yes. So yes, let's start with that. So this Egyptian cookbook and this author, what's the story behind this book?
Well, it's a very interesting story in many ways. To begin with, it's a very late cookery book. It's one of the last, possibly the last Arabic cookery book of the Middle Ages. And of course, there are a number of reasons for that, but they don't explain everything. The reasons, of course, for instance, being that for a start, Al-Andalus by that time had been regained by the Christians. There was a general decline in the various Arab empires. And of course, there was the rise of the Ottoman Empire. And the Ottoman Empire meant that the balance of power, the center of power, rather, moved northward, of course, outside the Arabic-speaking sphere to Istanbul. And so from the 15th century onwards, there are no more cookery books until, Arabic cookery books, of course, should hasten to add, until the 19th century. So the 19th century, so in between the 15th and 19th century, we really don't have any, or they haven't been found, because no doubt there are some lurking somewhere in libraries. And I've been fortunate, in fact, to find one of those lurking in the course of my research for the Sultan's Feast. So I'm very excited about that. Now, we turn to the author. And so his name, Ibn Mubarak Shah, or his full name, Shihab ad-Din Ahmed bin Muhammad bin Hussein bin Ibrahim bin Sulaiman al-Masri.
Okay.
And it's not finished yet. Al-Hanafi al-Sufi. He, as the name, as the name indicates, so we have a couple of clues here. So al-Masri, he was also known as al-Qahiri, refers to the fact that he was Egyptian. And then we have al-Hanafi, which refers to a school of religious law. So it tells us that he was a legal scholar. And the Sufi, of course, tells us that he was probably also a Sufi. born in the early 15th century and died around the middle of that century. And unfortunately, he is a bit of a mystery. Chroniclers of the time and those that came shortly afterwards clearly speak of him in glowing terms. The problem is they don't talk about him very much, and they don't have a lot to say about him. And like so many of the educated elite of his day, he was what today we would probably call a Renaissance man. He was a poet, he was in various kinds of art, he was interested in the sciences, and so on and so forth. He was a member of a select group, a little cabal of poets known as the Seven Shooting Stars. And the shooting stars here is in reference to the fact that all of them had the honorific Shihab-ed-Din, which means the shooting star of the faith. And when we turn to Ibn Mubarak Shah, his sole lasting output, in fact, is not a work of creativity, but it is, in fact, an anthology of poetry. It's a huge monumental work. The manuscript, which apparently is an autograph, so written by Ibn Mubarak Shah, is currently held in Istanbul and hasn't been edited. Now, this collection of poems is quite significant because Ibn Mubarak Shah has preserved poems, and here I can already introduce a little Andalusian connection. Among them, for instance, poems by the great Ibn Quzman, the great Andalusi poet of the 12th century. And so a lot of these poems were preserved by Ibn Mubarak Shah and can't be found anywhere else. So historically, the work is actually of quite some significance. The next question, so in terms of his life, that's about all we know really, or that we can reliably report. The next question, of course, is now his life in relation to the cookery book. So was he also a chef? Is the first question I think that people might ask themselves. Why did he compile the book? Now, first of all, the book isn't an original work in any sense, because most of it is, of course, borrowed, or to be more precise, adapted from earlier works. But there are some recipes that can't be found anywhere else, which may or may not have been the author's own invention. Now, there are some clues as to how we can reply to those questions in the text. And if we put all the bits together, we can come up with what I think is a fairly reliable hypothesis, which is that rather than being a chef, Ibn Mubarak Shah was an amateur gastronome who started compiling recipes of his favorite dishes in order for them to be prepared in the household. And so, for instance, I don't know whether you remember, he mentions the fact that some of his maidservants made this or that dish, or for certain ingredients, don't bother making it yourself, just go to the market and buy it ready-made. So very practical information. And so unlike the cookbooks of earlier centuries, particularly the 10th and 13th centuries, which were really about a cuisine of nobility and the royal court, here we have a cookbook, a recipe book, compiled by the head of what we could call, for want of a better term, a middle-class household.
Yeah.
And of course, in that sense, it has an important added historical dimension. For instance, it tells us which dishes survived from earlier times, which dishes, which recipes didn't survive, recipes that were introduced and had not been described in earlier cookbooks. And among the new arrivals, of course, we have some Turkish dishes. and they're easily identified, of course, by their name. So in a way, you're getting a snapshot. You're witnessing the changing power balance, the changing political landscape in the Mediterranean. And
Really
also, I think I have to say that it's no coincidence that the man who wrote a poetry anthology also wrote what is in effect a culinary anthology. And his poetic inclination comes out in the title, which is very flowery. زهر الحديقة في الأطعمة الأنيقة. So the flowers in the garden of elegant foods, which is a very elegant, very flowery way to describe the book. The other interesting thing is that many of the earlier cookery books have endured in a number of manuscripts. This one, again, as far as is known, has survived in only one manuscript.
Wow.
So there's only one version of the book, which is held at the Gotha Library. And that's the text that we've used. Now, the manuscript, unfortunately, isn't dated. And so I can't really tell you very much regarding its provenance. If I analyze the hand, so the actual script, it's an Eastern script, so it was probably made in the East, or definitely not in the Maghreb. That's one thing. And it was a copy that was made by somebody other than the author, because there is a reference to the fact that the author has died. So it's a copy that was made after Ibn Mubarak Shah's death. So that's about it, really, regarding the author and the text, the manuscript.
But I think there's a lot of story already that you're telling of this book. So what drew you to this project? I mean, you said that you found this document, and how did you think about, okay, I'm gonna go and translate and edit and publish it, or yeah, so tell us a little bit about your own connection with this project.
Well, it's been an amazing journey, and it actually goes back to quite a number of years, and it's linked to my interest and research into medieval Islamic medicine, and particularly in the field of aphrodisiacs, and that found its way into the book that you've already mentioned, The Sultan's Sex Potions. And now you can't really research something like this without coming into contact with food, because of course medicine, and we are now in the Galenic system, and I don't need to tell you anything about that. So food, of course, is medicine. It's food as medicine, and then sometimes medicine as food. There's some medical preparations, sweets in particular, for instance, that were primarily made for medicinal reasons, but that people nevertheless enjoyed by themselves. But so food really is at the heart of this. And so when I was researching the aphrodisiacs, I also, in the course of my research, consulted these culinary treatises. And so at the time, not all of them had been edited even, and so some were available only in manuscript, among them the book by Ibn Mubarak Shah. And so, excuse me, as I delved deeper into these culinary treatises, it's something that really began to enthuse me. And of course, the fact that Ibn Mubarak Shah's book wasn't edited, well, it was edited much later, but in a very poor edition. It struck me that it would be appropriate for me to edit and translate a book which, in addition, hadn't really received a lot of attention from scholars. In the meantime, so from the 1980s, I would say, the kind of proliferation of interest in food studies meant that medieval Arab food was also researched by a small number of people. but the focus was particularly on the kind of bigger and collections. So that's why I decided it would be a good idea to edit and translate this one. And then, of course, there was the kind of the joy of recreating these dishes, which came very soon after. But I think we're going to talk about that a bit later.
Sorry about that. For some reason, my phone is ringing at this point. I turned it off, but you know, such is life. So actually, I wanted to ask you, so what did you enjoy the most about this project, and what you found it most challenging as well?
It's difficult to say. I think what I enjoyed most is really getting to know more about medieval Arab culture through researching the culinary tradition, and particularly, and here we come full circle, the cookery books have now taken me back, or the culinary tradition rather, has taken me back to where I started, i.e. the medical tradition, more particularly pharmacology.
Mm.
And there are a number of pharmacological works that also contain recipes for dishes. And this is where it becomes really interesting. And I shan't bore you with that, but just a little taster. When they talk about the nature of various spices and plants and so on, you know, it's hot, cold, moist, that kind of thing, the humors and so on. What is very interesting is that this system was also expanded to include dishes, which of course is very complex because you're including sometimes 10, 15 ingredients. How does this work? How are the humoral properties of the constituent components extrapolated towards the dish as a whole? It's very interesting material there, and really worthy of research. And then, of course, there is the enjoyment of the recreation. The recreation of the dishes, of course, has been a wonderful thing as well.
And we'll talk about that a little bit later. So speaking about these pharmacology, right, related to food, there's also another topic that you talk about, which is magic and food, right? So what is this relationship between magic, food, drugs, food, but also religion and food, right? So there are all these ways in which food connects, right, to different parts of life. And I was wondering, what do you think, or what connections such as this one survive until today? Or how would a contemporary reader of these kind of cookbooks sort of find interesting or sort of relevant still to his or her own experience of food and relationship with food?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And of course, the Islam, but in fact, the three kind of monotheistic religions have numerous dietary recommendations, prohibitions, laws, and so on. And I'm sure it's well known that in Islam, one isn't supposed to eat pork or carrion or wine, although we'll get back to that later as well. But of course, food is linked to religious feasts. And the most important one, I would say, is, of course, Ramadan, where at the end of each day, when the believers break the fast, they have a big meal, the iftar. And this today is connected with various types of dishes and food, predominantly meat, but also sweets. And so, of course, then there's the feast of the sacrifice, the Eid, where, you know, people will, both in Mecca, the place of the pilgrimage, and elsewhere, slaughter a sheep, of course, and eat lamb. Now, it's also related to personal feasts like weddings. And in fact, there's a religious injunction that one is supposed to hold a feast. I think is quite nice, that actually religion tells you that, you know, you should really celebrate that.
Right.
And also religion tells you, hadiths, so sayings of the Prophet Muhammad, also tell you that one should never decline a wedding invitation.
Mm.
Whether or not that should be taken literally, I don't know. I'm sure we all have weddings that we wish we would have declined, but that's, that's for another day. Now, in terms of the connection, and this is, I mean, every time I go to these sources, I'm surprised by, or my eye is caught by something new. So, for instance, it's very interesting, to me at least, that religion is rarely mentioned in the cookery books.
Mm.
You would imagine that there's numerous references to indeed these religious festivals, and we're going to have this meal, and we're going to prepare these ingredients, and so on. And in fact, in the whole corpus, the only feast that's mentioned is Ramadan.
Mm.
And there's only one recipe in an Egyptian cookery book, and that's a very mundane one, kind of a barley drink.
Mm.
And there's one in an Andalusian manual from the 13th century. And this Andalusian dish is one that involves, it's kind of like a bread sop. So it's crumbled bread on which you have a broth with vegetables and meat. So these are the two dishes where Ramadan is mentioned, as in this is a good dish to have during Ramadan. That's it. Now, of course, you may ask yourself, well, this is really odd. On the other hand, you could argue that there would have been no need for authors to mention a specific link with a feast, because people would have known, but simply to provide recipes for the dishes that people would have eaten. So it's perhaps less surprising than it appears at first sight. When it comes to religion and food, there's another very interesting bit. Now, this was very much, the Mediterranean was a very multi-confessional area, very multi-confessional space, within which, of course, Muslims, Christians, and Jews cohabited from Al-Andalus all the way up to Iraq, or what is today Iraq. And so the next question is, are there any Christian dishes? And indeed there are. And there are some references to Christian dishes, which ironically, many of them are known as counterfeit, in Arabic, muzawwara, counterfeit dishes, because they copied, they tried to imitate dishes made with meat. And these counterfeit dishes for Christians, so they were either for Christians or for sick people, for weaklings. But because meat was so important, the only way they thought that they could make the sick person eat the dish that was good for him, they would make it look as if there was meat in it. Hence a counterfeit dish. So there's quite a few there. In Al-Andalus as well, for instance, there are references to the fact that certain religions, Christians like particular spices and so on, but very minimal. When it comes to the Jews, there it becomes even more bizarre, in that there are hardly any references. In fact, there are only two references in the whole corpus. One is a recipe from the East, a very mysterious recipe. It's known in one manuscript as Jewish meatballs, but in another manuscript, the same text, the meatballs cursed by Jews. Clearly, there were very strong feelings about this dish. And then in Al-Andalus, that's the biggest source, there you have about 6 dishes, which are all called Jewish dishes. And of course, the question that anybody reading that for the first time asks is, of course, what is Jewish about these dishes? And the answer, I'm afraid to disappoint you, nothing as far as I can tell. So it's a real mystery. Over the years, several people have tried to come up with theories, but I don't think any really stand up to scrutiny. Because if we look at the ingredients, there's nothing peculiarly Jewish about them. We look at the preparation, nothing peculiarly Jewish about that either.
So since we're talking about this naming of dishes, maybe we can touch a little bit on some of the things that you've write about in the introduction of the book, which is about etymologies, right? About sort of the history of words. And one of the words that caught my attention was actually, and you already mentioned, was wine. Can you tell us a little bit about that word in the context of the cookbook?
Yeah. Well, wine is an interesting thing. Of course, in Islam, intoxicating drinks are not allowed. And that, of course, includes wine. On the other hand, wine vinegar was by far the most used vinegar. But of course, it's not subject to fermentation. They had other drinks that were fermented, but not up to the intoxicating point. But as you can imagine, this gave rise to a lot of discussion amongst legal scholars. The interesting thing about wine, actually, is, well, there are a few recipes in the cookery books that actually require wine, and at the banquets, people definitely drank wine. That has to be said. There's even a very prolific genre in medieval Arabic literature known as wine poetry. But let's return to the word wine and why it's so interesting. It's, of course, the link between wine and coffee, because the modern word in Arabic for coffee is qahwa, and you can clearly hear qahwa, cafe, and so on. You can clearly hear the origin. Originally was a word for wine, and it's attested in very old poetry already. And so when wine was introduced in the Yemen in the 14th century, this word, qahwa, was then transferred to the new beverage on the basis that they were similar in color and in some ways, of course, similar in taste as well, a certain bitterness. And the color, of course, you have to imagine that in those days, the wine did not look the way that it does today. So it was a lot darker, it was a lot stronger. As you know, it had to be diluted with water. So we have a word that meant wine that eventually ended up meaning coffee.
That is really fascinating. And since we are talking about food products at this point, I think that before we show our viewers some of the recipes that you've been blogging about and making, can you read us a sample recipe from this manuscript? And I think we talked about something that
yes.
might be really interesting.
Well, I can perhaps read a recipe for an omelette, which has some interesting properties. And it's a recipe in the book, it's number 111, and it's an omelette for increasing sexual potency. And it goes as follows. Take 4 onions and cook them in the oven until they're done. Peel and pound them very finely. Also take half a rattle. Rattle is, let's say, half a pound. So 1 rattle is a pound, so half a rattle, half a pound of meat that has already been boiled. And after removing the broth, fry it until it is done. Pound the meat and add it to the cooked onions with what remains of the broth. Break 20 chicken egg yolks, 20, into the pot and beat everything. Then add the aforementioned spices to bring out their flavors, as well as a little salt. Fry in sesame oil or clarified butter, ghee for most people today, and add to the pounded onions and meat as described. So here we have a good example of food dishes, cooked dishes, being used as medicine. And actually, if we look at the cookery books, not all of them contain medical information, but those that do, there will generally be a recipe that is intended to increase potency.
Yes. And I
so
think
this is one of them.
Yeah, and also linked to magic as well, I think, it's the idea of, right, potency and so on. So
absolutely.
So I think that 20 eggs, and I'm not going to ask if this is one of the recipes that you tried, But let's go and share the screen and show our viewers the book. Sorry, let me just go quickly into the presentation mode. So this is the book, The Sultan's Feast. It has this lovely cover, and I just put there the address of the publisher that our viewers can go check out and order, hopefully. And this is actually the blog that you've been maintaining about this cookbook. And here's the address. And I thought that we could go quickly, a selection of things that you have written about and cooked. So I thought that we could start very quickly with something that we identify with actually Spain, the southern part of Spain, actually, which are the sour oranges. And this is this beautiful painting. I don't know how to describe this actually. Maybe you can tell us a little bit, and what's the place that sour oranges have in that cooking in that time?
Yeah, this is actually a drawing from a manuscript, so a kind of a representation of the sour orange tree. In fact, when we talk about the ingredients, when translating or when recreating, these can pose particular problems, because obviously an ingredient that was around in 10th century Baghdad isn't necessarily the same ingredient that we buy at Sainsbury's. And to that, of course, you have to add the terminology, which is often quite confusing. So there's a lot of research that goes into trying at least to find the ingredient that would have been used by the cooks in those days. And here we have a good example, which is the sour orange. And of course, it's interesting for a number of reasons. So here, for instance, say if you want to recreate a dish, and there were quite a few with the naranj, of course, you can't use the oranges that we buy today, which are also known, of course, as Seville oranges. Mm. Now, the fruit came probably from the East, and in cooking, it was used mainly in stews known as naranjilla. So you see there, naranj is the Arabic word, naranjilla is a naranj stew. But the peel was also sometimes used, particularly in perfumes and aromatic powders. And in the Sultan's Feast, there is an interesting example of the leaves that were used. And there's a recipe for a halloum cheese, which is preserved with orange leaves and milk. So as you can imagine, again, a taste that you would probably encounter today.
So actually,
when we talk about the use,
yeah, you said that naranj means stew?
No, naranjilla is a stew made with naranj.
Okay, sorry. I was like, well, I didn't, because, in Spanish, right? The word is naranja, so I was just curious.
Exactly.
Sorry.
And of course, the sweet orange that we have today, of course, that was imported much later on. Yes. So this is a very different. It's a bit like the difference between lemon and citron.
Right.
Now, when it comes to cooking or the use of the naranj and the sour orange in the cookery books, we again have an interesting picture in that although it was cultivated widely very early on, it's interesting that it's found mainly in the Eastern cookbooks. So the ones produced, so when I say East, I mean Egypt, the Levant, the Middle East, if you like. And so there are a couple in in the Sultan's Feast, for instance. There's of course a sour orange stew, and it's used particularly because of its sourness. And you can tell that many of the dishes that require the sour orange also include lemons and citrons. And you've read the book, you find that one kind of thread that goes through the recipes is clearly a love of things that are sour, hence the use of vinegar in so many recipes, and the use of lemon, citron, and so on. What is significant is that in Andalusian treatises, the sour orange is not used at all. And as I said, there is evidence that it, of course, was cultivated at that time. So it's very interesting. Neither of the Western treatises, cookery books, have recipes that require the sour orange. The only reference is to biscuits that the cook has to shape like a sour orange. That's the only, yeah, isn't it just? And so it's interesting that the place where the word itself, it's naranja. So Spanish has preserved the form that most closely resembles the Arabic word, that it's there, that it's absent from the cookery books. Of course, and a final part of the orange story is that the Iberian Peninsula returned the favor to the Arabs by, of course, exporting the sweet orange much later, courtesy of the Portuguese traders. And in Arabic, this Portuguese connection is still present in the word Burtuqal, where you can clearly hear Portugal, which is the Arabic word for orange.
Oh, that's
give and take, movement across the Mediterranean. It's a fascinating story.
Yes. And also, I was just thinking about the medieval cookbooks, the Catalonian medieval cookbooks, and they use a lot of these acidic, right? So they use verjuice that they call it, or at least translation into English of the Sansovy, for example. Yes. So, wow.
Yes, I was going to say the Sansovy is a good example because you have some interesting similarities in terms of ingredients and dishes. And let's not forget, sometimes language really gives you an insight into cookery practice. And again, I can take Spanish as an example. Albondigas in Spanish, meatballs. Now, this comes from an Arabic word, bunduq, which is hazelnut. So because they don't tell you how big the meatballs have to be, you can deduce, of course, that since the word eventually came to mean meatballs, the meatballs that they would have used would have been the very small ones, almost the size of hazelnuts, that they would have preferred small meatballs rather than the big ones that we have today.
That's really interesting. So let's go from sour to another sweet thing that you have tried, which is actually quince jelly.
Yes, that's a very nice recipe as well. And of course, it's no coincidence that you latched on to this, because of course there is something very similar in contemporary Iberian cooking, the membrillo, which is a quince paste. The use of the quince is very interesting because when we have sweets today, we of course have modern technology and modern ingredients, things like gelatin and so on and so forth, which allow us to produce particular textures. Now here we have nature that actually is used in order to create the same effect. And so the quince is unique in that it is, well, it's one of very few fruits that has a very high pectin content. And so as a result, it's eminently suitable for preserves, jams, or here, jellies or paste. The Spanish, of course, I believe, is eaten with cheese. Correct me if I'm wrong, I've not personally had it. But so that's one thing that at least as far as the cookery books are concerned, that the Arabs didn't do. In terms of the preparation, here we have an interesting point. The modern quince pastes, or quince cheese as sometimes known, they require pulp. And in the medieval sources, they do have recipes that require the pulp, and so would have been very similar to a modern Spanish quince paste. But they felt that the one made just with the juice was more delicate, and so that was the one to be preferred. The other thing worth mentioning about this particular dish, this is one of those that I mentioned earlier, where it's not food as medicine, but medicine as food. And so this particular recipe is an addendum to this Andalusian cookery book to which I've referred from the 13th century. It's an addendum of medicinal preparations. And so this quince paste is one of them. But as I've said, it was, of course, made very sweet in order to make it palatable, enjoyable for somebody who was ill. But at the same time, it was also enjoyed by people who were in perfect health. And it really is quite a spectacular dish. And of course, quince, once you add the sugar, has a very nice flavor indeed.
Yeah, and this is a beautiful picture, so I just wanted to put it up there as you finish explaining about the quince. I'm going to skip the next one, but because I want to talk about the other dish that I think is sort of a star dish. And it's actually a type of ravioli.
Yes, it's exactly like a ravioli. It's one of those dishes that has survived in similar form in many culinary cultures today. And it comes in different names. In English, you could also call it a dumpling, dumpling stuffed with meat. And for instance, the Russian pelmeni, which not only looks similar, but is also eaten with dairy, in their case, sour milk. But this particular recipe would require it to be eaten with yogurt. And so it's not only the stuffing, which is also meat, and the fact that it's encased in dough, but even the accompaniment has survived down through the ages. And I've got a bit of a surprise for you in that I can show you. I don't know whether you can see.
Hold on. Let me show very quickly a close-up of this beautiful dish.
Okay.
And then I'm going to stop sharing. And we're just going to stop sharing that. And so you can show me. Oh, you made it for us. So what's the filling of this ravioli?
Well, the filling is, as I said, very similar to the one that you would have today. The meat is lamb mince, and then you also have some parsley, some onion, mint, hazelnuts, almonds, saffron, a whole list of the usual spices that are added. And here, in terms of the spices, I've got another surprise for you, because there's two spices here that are quite exceptional. And the first one is spikenard. Now, spikenard is something that not a lot of people will have seen. It's a very old spice, already occurs in the Bible. It's a very aromatic spice. It's the root, actually, of a plant originally from the Indian subcontinent. Incidentally, it was also this spikenard that was used in the oil with which Mary Magdalene anointed the feet of Jesus. But it was used in cooking. And it was already used in antiquity, so the Roman cookery book by Apicius already contains some recipes requiring spikenard. And so here we have the spikenard. See if you can hold it up. So this is the dried form. And so it's actually pulled apart. And so you're left with something like this, which you can then pull apart and sprinkle on the required quantity. It's extremely fragrant and aromatic.
And where did
then the other exceptional one is a spice mix. In addition to, so there's the cuisine, as you will have gathered as you read the recipes, it goes extremely fragrant, extremely aromatic. And in addition to the ravioli, or the shish barak as it's known, which incidentally is still made in the Middle East, still a favorite, particularly in the Levant. You have, 10, 12, 15 spices. And in addition to that, you also have the spice mix, kind of the 13th century equivalent of the garam masala, if you like. And so here you see the spice that they called atraf al-tib, which is a collection of many spices. It's got nutmeg, mace, cardamom, cloves, rosebud, you name it. And so this is what it looks like in its powder form. And here again, an unusual spice. This is long pepper. Very small. Member of the pepper family, of course. Here you have some basil, and then of course rose petals here. Just some of the ingredients. And so this is what the atraf al-tib, the spice mix, looks like. And it's exceptional in that this particular mix, you can use it in cooking, but you can use it in modern dishes too.
Right.
I put it on my eggs, for instance, and it works perfectly.
So where did you get these spices? And also the pepper, can we just quickly go back on the pepper? How, we do say that pepper was introduced from the New World. So where does this pepper come from?
This pepper was grown in the Far East.
That's how it came.
So there was already pepper there.
It
was, and of course, all the trading routes were plied by Arab merchants almost, before Islam even, but we have records as early as, say, the 9th century, where there were even Muslim communities in Guangzhou in China, or Canton as it used to be known, in Arabic Hanfu. And it was such a sizable community that they even had a representative who would deal with the Chinese emperor. And so there were well-established, well-trodden routes, and they would stop along different locations and then bring it back to the Arabian Peninsula, from where it would then go to other parts of the Muslim world and beyond, north, of course, to Al-Andalus. That was one route. And then another route north in Asia Minor, and as far north as the lands of the Slavs and the Russians and so on and so forth.
That's really fascinating. So where did you get these spices for you to consume in Northeast England?
Yes, well, that's an excellent question, and of course, it's all part of the journey. And many of these spices are spices that, as you say, you can't really just pick up from your corner shop. So if we talk about the unusual ones, whether it's things like long pepper or musk or ambergris or things like that, whenever I go to the Middle East, I spend a lot of time in spice markets, seeking out ingredients. And of course, fortunately, these days, there's also the internet. And so it's possible to order things from further afield, but it's sometimes very difficult. And of course, the same goes even with tableware and kitchenware. If you looked at the blog, there too, an attempt is made to try and present it in a way that would have been recognizable to somebody from that time.
Yes, but hopefully, on that note, actually, thinking that perhaps soon again we'll be able to go to spice stores far away, seeking, ingredients that we can bring back home to try on these dishes. Let's finish today's conversation. We're way past the time that we were allowed, but this has been so fascinating. Thank you so much, Daniel. And thank you to our viewers for staying with us for this segment. And hopefully soon, I will finally meet you, and perhaps I will be able to try some of the dishes.
Absolutely, absolutely. And thank you so much for having me. It was a real joy.
Thank you so much.
I am all that remains of a tree, once luxuriant, able to shade a harvester's siesta. But storms shattered each of my branches, and lightning split my trunk. Now only these paltry leaf buds are left to crown a trunk, hollow where a heart was. I watched my skin burn for kindling. The smoke clouds rose like graves. I saw the best parts of me ascending skyward. Now chained like a slave by roots that suck up this earthly bitterness, I still feel my leaves budding, my sap rising. And as I await my death, I cling to a single consolation. Each wound is a portrait of a lost branch. And were I not still standing, no one would ever narrate my missing selves. I live now only to mourn what I've lost.
Hello, and thank you for tuning in for this session here at Sant Jordi in New York City online. I'm Paige Anaya Morris, a writer and translator from Korean, and I'm so excited to join you all from Incheon, South Korea to introduce the next reading by Sang-Young Park and his translator Anton Her. Anglophone readers with even a passing familiarity with Korean literature in translation may be tuning in with a set of expectations about the work we're going to hear from today. If you're anticipating deep melancholia or moody noir, tightly controlled language and scenes steeped in ambiguity, then I think you will be very, and I hope pleasantly, surprised. I can say with confidence that none of the usual descriptors apply here. Here we have messy queer millennials getting busted lips in gay clubs, having one-night stands and full-on fallouts with lovers and loved ones alike. We will hear from a novel and novelist that dared to render Korean queer life in all of its complexity, humanity, and sheer absurdity, and earned massive critical and commercial acclaim from Korean readers in return. Sang-Young Park's Love in the Big City is not the first Korean novel to feature a queer protagonist, but it is nonetheless a trailblazing work and a bellwether of the future of Korean literature. Sang-Young Park's fresh and irreverent voice, expertly captured in Anton Her's translation, represents some of the most exciting elements of Korean literature today. humor, both profane and profound, the candor of a fiction writer drawing on truth, and of course, heart. So much heart that each sentence seems alive and on the verge of bursting. It's my honor to introduce to you the writer, the translator, and the novel you should all be reading, then reading again. Please enjoy an excerpt from Love in the Big City by Sang-Young Park, translated from Korean by Anton Her.
밤새 글을 쓰다 늦잠을 자버렸다. 대충 세수만 하고 가방을 들었다. 엄마는 아마도 짜증을 꾹꾹 눌러가며 병실에서 성경을 읽고 있을 터였다. 점심을 먹고 난 후 엄마와 함께 올림픽 공원을 산책하는 것이 일상이 된 지 오래였다. 계단을 내려오다 습관처럼 흘끗 우편함을 바라봤는데 서류 봉투가 꽂혀 있었다. 꺼내서 만져보니 두툼했다. 발신인의 이름은 적혀 있지 않았다. 뭐지 하는 마음에 봉투를 뜯어보았다. 누렇게 바랜 종이 뭉치가 나왔다. 그것은 5년 전 그에게 던지듯 건넸던 나의 글, 일기였다. 나체로 전신거울 앞에 선 것 같은 기분으로 첫 장을 읽기 시작했다. 검은색 펜으로 휘갈겨 쓴 일기 위에 빨간 펜으로 교정 기우며 매끄럽지 못한 문장이 표시되어 있었다. 그러니까 그가 내가 쓴 일기의 교정지를 보내온 것이었다. 닷새도 아닌 5년 만에. 나는 종이 뭉치를 세게 쥐었다. 그에 대한 기억들이, 격렬한 감정들이 홍수처럼 쏟아져 들어왔다. 아직도 내 집 주소를 기억하고 있었단 말이야. 종이 뭉치의 마지막 장은 내가 아니라 그가 휘갈겨 쓴 쪽지였다. 그의 필체로 적힌 빨간 글씨들이 눌어붙은 핏자국처럼 느껴졌다. 오랜만입니다. 형이에요. 작가가 됐다는 소식을 들었습니다. 축하합니다. 원래 이름에 제자가 들어갔던 것 같은데 맞죠? 예명을 쓰나 봐요. 누굴 놀리나? 아무리 예전 일이라도 그렇지 1년도 넘게 만났던 사람의 이름조차 제대로 기억 못하다니. 살이 많이 쪄서 사진으로는 못 알아봤어요. 됐다. 2번 볼 것도 없다. 그냥 찢어버려야지. 그런데 다음 문장. 엄마 건강은 좀 괜찮으신지 모르겠네요. 그땐 미안했어요. 여러모로 다. 남자들은 도대체 왜 자꾸 내게 미안하다고 할까? 그냥 미안할 짓을 안 하면 될 일인데. 그는 여느 때처럼 일방적으로 자신의 용건을 늘어놓았다. 그가 몇 번이고 연락을 할까 했지만 아무래도 사정이 있어 하지 못했습니다. 그러다 시간이 훌쩍 흘렀고 당연히 전화번호가 바뀌어 버렸더군요. 이렇게 갑자기 연락해서 미안합니다. 제가 일정이 빠듯해서 그럽니다. 월요일에 급하게 출국하게 됐어요. 아주 오랫동안, 어쩌면 아예 안 돌아올지도 몰라요. 괜찮다면 이번 주 일요일 예전에 약속했던 시간에 약속했던 장소에서 만나요. 꼭 주고 싶은 게 있습니다. 쪽지의 마지막에 전화번호가 적혀 있었다. 일요일이면 이틀 뒤였다. 이 남자는 도대체 무슨 염치로 나에게 또 만나자고 하는 것일까? 주고 싶은 것 같은 소리하고 앉았네. 우리 사이에 더 주고받아야 할 건 욕밖에는 없었다. 서류 봉투째로 쓰레기통에 쳐넣고 싶은 마음과 누구의 손도 닿을 수 없는 곳에 소중히 보관해놓고 싶다는 마음이 교차했다. 결국 서류 봉투를 가방에 집어넣었다. 길을 걷는데 심장이 빠르게 뛰는 게 느껴졌다. 그로 인해 이렇듯 격렬한 신체 반응이 일어난다는 사실이 소름 끼치게 자존심 상했다. 나는 핸드폰에 메모장 앱을 켰다. 그리고 한 문장을 적었다. 5년 전 나는 그를 엄마에게 소개하려 했었다. 다행히 아직 엄마는 코를 골며 자고 있었다. 점심을 먹고 곧장 골아떨어진 것 같았다. 나는 발소리를 죽여 보호자용 침대에 앉았다. 엄마의 입원이 장기화되자 병실에 엄마의 물건이 늘어나기 시작했다. 냉장고에 담긴 반찬통과 과일, 서랍 속 과도, 박하사탕 한 봉지, 침대 옆 협탁에 놓인 작은 액자 하나, 11살의 나와 39의 엄마가 나란히 찍힌 사진이었다. 사진 속 엄마는 학사모를 쓴 채 정체모를 동상 옆에 기대 서 있고 엄마 다리맡에 나는 데님으로 된 멜빵 바지를 입은 채 잔뜩 인상을 쓰고 있다. 그 무렵 찍힌 내 사진을 보면 모두 미간에 깊은 주름이 져 있다. 더러운 성격은 아마도 기질상의 문제인 것 같았다. 사진 옆에는 올해 출간된 내 책 2권이 놓여 있었다. 책은 병문안 온 손님을 위한 것이었고 정작 엄마는 내 책을 읽지 않았다. 그녀는 책뿐만 아니라 내가 쓴 글 모두를 강박에 가까울 만큼 철저히 읽지 않았는데 노안 때문에 글씨가 아지랑이처럼 너울거려서 못 보는 것이라고 말은 하지만 실은 다른 이유가 있다는 것을 잘 알고 있었다. 20살 때 대학신문에서 주최하는 문학상을 받은 적이 있다. 당선되면 100만 원의 장학금을 주는 대회였는데 마침 신문사에서 수습기자로 일하는 동기가 경쟁률이 낮다는 얘기를 해줬다. 언제나 술값이 모자랐던 그때의 나는 학력 콤플렉스가 심해 방송통신대에서 학사 학위를 2개나 따고 난 후 자식의 교육에 모든 것을 바치는 50대 여성의 이야기를 썼는데 그것이 당시에 내가 쓸 수 있는 가장 가까운 얘기였기 때문이었다. 던지듯 출품했던 내 첫 소설은 생동감 있는 인물 묘사가 돋보인다는 평을 들으며 당선됐다. 엄마는 어디선가 아마도 모든 소문의 원흉인 교회에서 그 소식을 주워 듣고는 내 당선작이 나온 대학신문을 구해다 읽었다. 그리고 사흘 밤낮을 울었다. 내 마음이 그렇게 아팠다니. 내가 그렇게도 너를 착취해왔다니. 안방문을 넘어올 만큼 큰 소리로 통곡을 하는 그녀에게 엄마, 소설은 그냥 소설이야. 다 지어낸 거라고. 소리를 질러보았지만 들릴 턱이 없었고 그 후로 엄마는 내가 쓴 그 어떤 글도 심지어는 바닥에 떨어진 리포트나 메모조차도 읽지 않는 몸이 되었다. 명희가 네 책 재밌다더라. 지금까지 나온 건 죄다 사봤대. 걔가 우리 중에서 제일 똑똑하잖니? 숙대도 나왔고. 내 글 보더니 애가 아주 착하게 큰 것 같대. 지난 3년 동안 쓴 소설이라고 해봤자 술 먹고 물건을 훔치고 군대에서 개간을 하고 성매매를 하고 바람 피우는 사람들 얘기가 전부였는데 도대체 뭘 보고 착하다는 건지 2번만 착했다간 사람도 죽이겠네. 아무튼 교회 아줌마들의 립서비스는 알아줘야 했다. 네, 지금까지 제 소설 대도시의 사랑법 중 우럭한정 우주의 맛의 일부를 읽어드렸습니다. 여러분들 재밌게 들어주셨으면 좋겠고요. 박상영이었습니다.
Hello, I am Anton Her, and I am the translator for Love in the Big City by Sang-Young Park. A bite of rockfish, taste the universe. I spent all night writing and overslept the next morning, so I only had time to splash my face with water and grab my work bag before heading out of the door. Amma would probably be reading her Bible, trying to suppress her irritation at having woken up in a hospital room yet again. I would see her in a few hours. We'd settled into a routine where she and I had lunch together before taking a walk in Olympic Park. On my way down the steps, I glanced at my letterbox out of habit and saw a manila folder stuffed into the opening. I took it out, feeling the thickness between my fingers. There was no return address. What the hell? I ripped it open. A ream of yellowed paper was inside. The writing I had more or less thrown in his face 5 years before. My diary. Feeling like I was standing naked in front of a mirror, I started to read the first page. There were red editorial marks over the black letters of my whip-like writing, and underlining that, marked awkward expressions. In other words, the bastard had sent me an edit of my diary. Not 5 days after receiving it, but 5 years! My fingers gripped the paper as memories of him poured into me like a violent flood. He still remembered my address. The writing on the last page was not my rapid scrawl, but a note in his handwriting. It looked as though it was written in blood. Hello, it's Hyung. I heard you've become a writer. Congratulations! I thought your real name had a J in it, am I right? You must be using a pseudonym. This idiot! He couldn't even remember the name of someone he'd gone out with for over a year. You've gained so much weight that I didn't recognize you at first. Fuck it, I've read enough. Tear this shit up. But then, the next sentence. I wonder if your mother's doing better now. I'm sorry about before. About a lot of things. All of it. Why do men always apologize to me? Just don't do the thing that will make you apologize in the first place. Then, just like he always did, he went on talking about himself. I thought of contacting you many times in the past, but I had my own reasons not to. Then, too much time passed, and you changed your phone number, as one does. I apologize for contacting you all of a sudden. I was just so busy. I'm leaving the country on Monday. For a long time. I might not come back. If it is all right, I would like to see you this Sunday. The same place and time we promised as before. There's something I would very much like to give to you. He included his phone number at the end. Sunday, that was in 2 days. A little presumptuous of him to ask for a meeting at all, much less with such short notice. And forget this giving me something crap. All we had left to exchange were insults. I was torn between wanting to shove the envelope and its contents into the trash and putting it carefully away somewhere. No one would ever find it. In the end, I stuffed it into my bag. My heart was racing as I walked down the street. I was shocked and humiliated that he could still provoke such a visceral response from me. I took out my phone, opened the Notepad app, where I started story drafts, and typed a single sentence. 5 years ago, I tried to introduce him to my mother. Thankfully, my mother was still asleep, snoring. She must have dozed off right after lunch. I quietly stepped inside, slid the caregiver bed out from underneath hers, and sat down. Omma's things began to multiply in the hospital room as she kept extending her stay. Side dishes and fruit in the fridge, a fruit knife in a drawer, a bag of peppermint candies, a little picture frame on the nightstand. The picture was of me at 10 and her at 38. Omma wore the cap from a graduation gown and stood next to some statue, and I stood next to her wearing denim overalls and a sour expression. Every photo of me from around that time has me frowning. Maybe I was born with this shitty attitude. Next to the photo were copies of the 2 books I had published this year. They were for visitors. Amma never read my books. In fact, she'd never read a single word I'd published. A denial that bordered on the obsessive. She claimed it was because her aging eyes made every letter look like a tiger about to pounce, but I knew there was a different reason. When I was 19, I won a literary prize given out by a college newspaper. The winner could get $1,000,001 in scholarship money, and a friend who was on staff happened to pass on to me that there were very few applicants that year. I was always short on money for drinks, so I wrote about a woman in her 50s who had always had an inferiority complex about her education, who went on to get 2 bachelor's degrees at an online university and threw everything she had into her son's education. It was the only story I could write at the time, and the judges declared it the winner on the strength of its dynamic rendering of its main character. Amma heard the news, from her church no doubt, the source of all evil rumor in this world, got a copy of the paper, and read the story. Then she cried for 4 days straight. I could hear her sobs and lamentations through her bedroom door. I can't believe I hurt you so much. I can't believe I exploited you like that. Amma, for God's sake, fiction is just fiction. It's all made up. She refused to listen to me, and from then on avoided anything I wrote, even notes or school reports that I dropped on the living room floor. Myung-hee loved your book. She said she's read everything you've published so far. You know she's the smartest of all my friends. A Sukde grad, no less. She said your writing made her think you'd grown up into a very fine young man. The fiction I'd put out over the past 3 years was all about getting drunk, stealing things, illegally committing homosexual acts in the military, prostitution, cheating on boyfriends. What on earth was in there to cast the author as a fine young man? If he were any finer, he'd murder someone. In any case, you had to hand it to the church ladies. They really were consummate spin doctors. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Janet Hong, and I'm a Korean to English translator based in Vancouver, Canada. And today I'm here with 하정란, who is in Seoul, Korea. 안녕하세요, 선생님.
네, 안녕하세요. 하정란입니다. Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting us. Thank you.
하정란 is the author of 5 short story collections, 4 novels, and 3 serialized novels that are currently being revised to come out in book form, as well as several essay collections. Today, we'll be reading an excerpt from The Star-Shaped Stain, the opening story from Bluebeard's First Wife, which was published last year by Open Letter and went on to become one of Publishers Weekly's top 10 books of 2020. Before we start, I would like to mention that this story, sadly, is based on an actual fire that took place at a summer educational camp for young children in 1999, claiming the lives of 19 children and 4 adults. As a mother of 2 young children, I had a very difficult time translating this story. I cried while translating it, and though it's been fictionalized I feel that the story is incredibly important and necessary. We'll now read from the section where those parents who had lost their children visit the site of the fire 1 year later. We'll alternate reading with Ha Sung-lan reading the Korean first and then me following in English.
흉물스러웠던 건물의 잔해는 이미 깨끗하게 치워진 후였다. 건물이 있던 자리에도 어느새 자풀이 무성했다. 건물 바로 앞에 있던 수영장은 채 메우지 못한 모양이었다. 수심이 깊은 쪽에 고인 빗물이 썩고 있었고 언제 죽었는지 흠씬 젖은 산비둘기 한 마리가 둥둥 떠 있었다.
The wreckage had long been cleared away, and where the building once stood was now thick with weeds. The swimming pool had never been filled up. A dead pigeon floated in the fetid rainwater that had collected at the deep end.
바닷물이 빠지면서 누군가 띄워놓은 작은 배 한 척이 갯벌 중앙에 박혀 있었다. 아이가 여름 캠프를 가던 전날 여자는 다 마신 음료수 페트병에 주둥이를 잘라내고 양쪽에 구멍을 뚫어 노끈을 달았다. 캠프 일정표에 적힌 대로라면 아이들은 페트병을 하나씩 메고 갯벌에 들어가 조개나 게를 잡았을 것이다. 아이는 다 만든 페트병을 목에 걸고 공둥대면서 게를 가득 잡아오겠다고 좋아했었다.
As the tide went out, it left behind a small boat stuck in the middle of the mud flat. The day before their daughter had left for summer camp, the woman had cut off the mouth of a plastic bottle and punched holes in its side, then threaded a cord through them and tied the ends together. If everything had gone according to plan, the children would have taken their plastic bottles and gone digging in the silt for clams and crabs. With the bottle hanging from her neck, her daughter had hopped up and down in excitement, saying she was going to fill it with crabs.
발화점이었던 비동 건물 204호가 있던 자리를 찾는 것은 쉽지 않았다. 몇 명의 남자들과 여자들이 어림짐작으로 자리를 짚어대면서 옥신각신했다. 돗자리를 깔고 간단하게 상이 차려졌다. 아이들의 사진을 일렬로 세워놓았다. 사진 앞에 미키마우스 봉제 인형과 모터 자동차 같은 아이들이 평소에 좋아하던 장난감이 놓였다.
It was not easy to find where room 204 of Building B had been. Several parents moved from spot to spot, guessing and arguing over the correct location. A mat was rolled out on the ground, and a simple memorial table was set up. They lined up the frames in a row. Favorite toys like stuffed dolls and toy cars were placed before the children's pictures.
훈이 엄마가 냉방이 잘 된 버스 안에서 이미 차갑게 식은 양념 통닭을 사진 앞에 펼쳐놓다가 맨바닥에 주저앉았다. 희미한 여자의 아이 사진 앞에 발효가 잘 된 찐빵 같은 국화다발을 놓아두던 남편이 정수리 위에 떠있는 태양을 노려보았다. 해를 가려줄 그늘 한 점 없었다. 눈물이 흐른 밤에 허연 소금 자국이 남았다. 갈라터진 입술에 눈물이 닿으면서 화닥거렸다.
Hoon's mother placed a sweet and sour chicken, now cold from the air-conditioned bus, in front of her son's picture and sank to the ground. Before their daughter's blurry photo, the woman's husband placed a bouquet of white chrysanthemums, the ones that had reminded the girl of steamed buns, and glared up at the sun blazing above his head. The sky contained not even a speck of cloud. Tears left salt streaks on the woman's cheeks. Her cracked lips stung from the salt.
화재는 야영장 숙소 3동 가운데 가운데동인 B동 204호에서 시작되어 삽시간에 건물 한 동을 집어삼켰다. 그 시간 204호에는 오랜 시간의 여행 때문에 일찌감치 골아떨어진 아이들만 남아 있었다. 산이라 모기가 많았다. 선생은 방 한가운데 모기향을 피워두고 자리를 비웠다. 온갖 소문들이 떠다녔다. 아이들이 밖으로 나오지 못하도록 방문이 밖에서 걸려 있었다고 했다. 아이들이 잠자고 있는 사이 선생들은 바닷가에 나가 술을 마시고 있었다고도 했다.
The fire started in room 204 of building B, the middle structure of 3, and it swallowed up the entire place in seconds. Inside room 204, children exhausted from the day's travel and activities lay fast asleep. Because the campsite was in a mountainous area, there were many mosquitoes. The teacher had left after lighting a mosquito repellent coil in the middle of the room. Rumors spread. The room was locked from the outside to prevent the children from wandering out. The teachers had left the kids sleeping on their own and were drinking out on the beach.
선생들이 연기와 타는 냄새를 맡고 뛰어왔을 때 불은 이미 걷잡을 수 없이 번진 후였다. 복도 맨 끝방인 204호 앞에는 화기와 매캐한 연기 때문에 접근할 수도 없었다. 204호에는 샛별 유치원 개나리 반 22명의 아이들이 잠자고 있었다. 화이는 어이없게도 모기향이라고 했다.
By the time they smelled the smoke and came running, the fire had raged out of control. It was impossible for anyone to get near room 204, located at the end of the hallway. Inside the room, 22 students from the Forsythia class of Morningstar Kindergarten had been sleeping. The cause of the fire was mosquito coil.
여자가 사고 현장으로 갔을 때 이미 불은 진화된 후였다. 불타 허물어진 건물 속에는 그을음이 잔뜩 끼었고 벽은 녹아 흐물어져 있었다. 내장재가 다 타고 드러난 컨테이너 박스가 몰고 사나웠다. 재와 소방차가 뿜어댄 물이 뒤범벅된 검게 탄 속 같은 건물 앞에서 여자는 아이의 이름을 불러대다가 혼절했다. 여자의 아이는 22명의 희생자 중 한 명이었다.
By the time the woman arrived at the scene, the fire was already put out. The building had collapsed in a heap of ashes, and the walls had melted away, exposing the skeletal metal frames of the cargo containers. She stood in front of the black wreckage and howled her daughter's name until she fainted. Her child had been one of the 22 lost in the fire.
여자는 흰 국화 뒤에서 흐릿하게 웃고 있는 아이의 사진을 들여다보았다. 유난히 시간 외 근무가 많은 직장이었다. 퇴근을 하고 부랴부랴 유치원으로 뛰어가면 아이들이 다 돌아간 한 구석에 아이가 잠들어 있었다. 잠투정하는 아이를 최근에 집으로 돌아올 때면 고단한 일과 때문에 허리가 끊어지는 것 같았다. 이것저것 구경하느라 뒤처지는 아이의 등을 핸드백으로 사정없이 쳐대면 아이는 제게 걸으면서 소리 없이 훌쩍였다. 아이의 소원은 제 엄마가 은행에 다니는 것이었다. 같은 반에 은행에 다니는 엄마를 둔 아이가 있는데 그 아이 엄마는 늘 일찍 퇴근해 아이를 데리고 간다고 했다. 일요일이나 휴일이면 밀린 잠을 자느라 아이를 데리고 놀이공원 같은 곳에 간 적이 없었다. 10시쯤 느지막이 잠에서 깨면 아이는 제 부모 발치에 앉아 우유에 만 시리얼을 먹고 있었다.
The woman gazed at the blurry photo of her smiling daughter. Her job had required an unusual amount of overtime. Whenever she had rushed to the kindergarten after work, she had found her daughter sleeping in a corner of the room and the rest of the children gone. As she urged the sleepy child home, she was so exhausted she felt as if her spine would snap. So when her daughter would lag behind to look at every little thing, she would smack her in the back with her purse. The girl would then sniffle quietly as she followed. Her daughter had wished that she worked at a bank instead. In her kindergarten class, there had been a classmate whose mother worked at a bank. She always got picked up early. Too busy catching up on sleep during the holidays and weekends, the woman never once took her daughter to an amusement park. When she'd wake around 10 in the morning, her daughter would be sitting by her feet, eating a big bowl of cereal.
아이가 죽었다는 것을 인정하고 나자 부모들은 아이의 시신을 하루빨리 인도받고 싶어 했다. 하지만 아이의 시신도 곧바로 돌려받을 수 없었다. 시신이 심하게 훼손되어 누가 누구인지 식별할 수가 없었다. 아이들은 똑같은 색깔과 디자인의 원복을 입고 있었고 키가 고만고만한 6살 반 아이들이었다. 아이의 온전한 모습을 다시는 볼 수 없다는 소식에 엄마들은 가슴을 쥐어뜯다가 정신을 놓았다.
Once the parents were able to accept that their children were gone, they wanted to claim the bodies as quickly as possible. But it was nearly impossible to identify the bodies, which were burned beyond recognition. The 6-year-olds had been wearing identical outfits, and they had been more or less the same height. At the news that they would not be able to see their children's bodies intact again, the mothers beat their chests and swooned.
경찰이 나눠준 종이에 여자는 아이의 특징에 대해 단 한 단어도 적지 못했다. 여자의 아이는 손가락이나 발가락에 사마귀나 그 흔한 점 하나 없었다. 다른 아이와 구별할 수 있는 흉터 같은 것도 없었다. 출근 시간에 쫓겨 머리를 빗길 시간이 없다는 핑계로 항상 머리를 짧게 잘라 머리를 묶었던 머리 장식 같은 것도 있을 리 없었다. 충치 때문에 보철물을 해준 적도 없었다. 여자의 아이가 다른 아이들과 변별되는 그 어떤 실마리도 찾을 수 없었다. 여자의 아이는 정말 평범한 아이였다. 별로 주목을 받지 못했던 여자의 아이는 그 여름 연일 신문 1면을 장식했던 야영장 화재 사건의 희생자 중 한 명으로 특징 지어졌다.
The woman wasn't able to write down a single distinguishing trait about her child on the form that the police distributed. The girl didn't have a wart or even a birthmark on her fingers or toes. She didn't have any scars either. Her hair had been kept short since there was never enough time to comb or style it in the morning. So of course there would be no special accessories in her hair that would help tell her apart from the other children. She never had cavities that would have required her to get fillings, and she didn't have braces. There wasn't a single clue the woman could think of that would distinguish her daughter from the rest of the children. The girl was truly ordinary in every way, but this girl who had never received much attention earned her greatest distinguishing trait that summer. She became one of the victims of the tragic fire that filled the front page of the newspaper for days. Thank you for joining us for this reading. I hope you'll pick up your copy of Blue Ridge First Wife and read the rest of the story, as well as the other incredible stories in the collection. Thank you again. 감사합니다, 선생님.
네, 진이 고생하셨어요. 감사합니다.
Hello, I'm Sung Ryu, and along with Sophie Bowman, I'm one of the 2 translators of I'm Waiting for You and Other Stories by Kim Bo-young, who is an absolutely brilliant science fiction writer from South Korea. She's written numerous award-winning short stories and novels that traverse science and myth, religion and ethics, always centering members of minorities in her work. Kim Bo-young has also written webtoons, game scripts, and was actually a script advisor for the film Snowpiercer by Bong Joon-ho, who has described her fiction as a breathtaking piece of cinematic art itself. This book is her first collection of stories in English translation, just out from Harper Voyager a few days ago. There are 2 pairs of stories in the book. In I'm Waiting for You and its sequel On My Way to You, both translated by Sophie Bowman, a couple travels from distant corners of the galaxy to reach Earth at the same time and get married there. But they arrive at different times and keep missing each other, which in space travel terms can mean centuries passing on Earth. I'm Waiting for You is told in the form of letters written by the male protagonist to his fiancée, and the sequel is a collection of the woman's letters to him. These stories are so heartbreaking but also hopeful, and I think they will resonate with many, many readers. The other pair of stories, The Prophet of Corruption and That One Life, were translated by me and are set in the afterlife. Here we have immortals called the prophets who have created Earth as a kind of school. They reincarnate onto Earth as humans, plants, and other organisms, hoping to learn a valuable lesson from each life. As one prophet is the size of a celestial body, they need to split into many smaller bodies to reincarnate, and they call this division. When they die and come back to the afterlife, they are free to merge back together. But one prophet named Aman gets really attached to their lives on earth and starts believing it's the only reality that matters. They want to stay divided and preserve their individuality. The other prophets believe there is no individuality, that everything in the universe is connected to form one whole. The protagonist Naban wavers between these two ideologies, exploring the meaning of the other and the nature of love and empathy. Not gonna lie, this is some crazy world building, but it's such an original world with a beautiful message. Sophie and I exchanged short video letters with Kim Bo-young over the past few weeks, very much in the spirit of this book, and talked about our respective translations. We'll discuss The Prophet of Corruption and That One Life first, then end with I'm Waiting for You and On My Way to You.
Hi Bo-young! I hope you and your cats are doing really well. It's nice to be able to talk to you over video like this because we've been emailing each other mostly throughout our book. So hello. My first question for you is, I've been curious why these two sets of stories in particular, of all your prolific work, came together as one book for the English edition.
Hello everyone, I'm Bo-young Kim from South Korea, and nice to meet you, Seung-young. It's first time we meet each other. And actually I didn't know about that, so I asked it to my agency, and she said, okay, now I'm speaking Korean. 에이전시 말에 의하면은 당신을 기다리고 있어는 이미 번역 판본이 존재를 했어요. 소피 보만 씨가 번역을 하셨고 그것이 완성도가 높았고 또 대중성이 있다고 판단을 해서 또 속편이 예정되어 있다는 말에 하퍼에서 선택을 했고, 조이승의 선지자는 완전히 다른 이야기죠. 이 작품은 서구에서는 나오기 어려운, 그러니까 한국인이 만들 수 있는 독특한 SF라는 생각에 선택을 했고, 이 두 작품을 합치니까 한 권 분량의 책이 되었다고 합니다. And here is my cat. Another cat. Oh, another cat. Okay.
Is that the famous Yeongbo, the first one? How big is your cat family, by the way? I have a feeling that they're totally gonna steal the thunder from our talk, which is fine. So please feel free to show us more. And thank you for that origin story of our book. I agree that the stories that Sophie wonderfully translated and the ones that I translated are completely different in tone and in universe. But at the same time, I do feel like they're both very like epic love stories. On the one hand, you have in I'm Waiting for You, you have two lovers traveling light years across the galaxy to be together. And then in The Prophet of Corruption, we have Naban and Aman, these immortals that keep reincarnating on Earth across millennia, and they keep finding each other in their many lives, and there's something very romantic about that. So what do you think of The Prophet of Corruption as a love story?
Okay. I have 5 cats, and she's the mother. 어려운 질문이네요. 우주적인 사랑 이야기라고 볼 수 있으려나요? 이 소설의 세계관은 우리가 전부 하나의 생명체인데 살아있는 동안에는 그 사실을 깨닫지 못하고 있다가 죽어서 저승에 가면은 모든 기억을 떠올리는 그런 세계입니다. 이 소설에서 나반은 자신이 아만과 같은 존재라는 것을 명확하게 알고 있죠. 하지만 아만은 그렇지가 않아요. 아만은 나반과 자신이 분리된 존재라고 생각을 하지요. 이 생각은 저승에서는 아주 이상한 생각인 거죠. 그래서 나반은 세상의 모든 문제가 아만에게서 비롯되었다고 생각을 하고 아만과 하나가 되어서 원래대로 하나가 되어서 모든 것을 되돌리려고 합니다. 그런데 우리 입장에서 나반의 모습을 보면은 확실하게 아만을 사랑하는 것처럼 보이죠. 하지만 나반은 그 사실을 깨닫지 못합니다. 왜냐하면 아만은 그냥 자기 자신일 뿐이니까요. 그랬다가 소설 후반부에서 나반이 아만처럼 분리가 되고 아만과 다른 존재가 되었을 때 그 순간 모든 것을 깨닫게 되죠. 자신이 아만을 지극히 사랑했다는 것을. 또 자기가 아만에게 많은 잘못을 했다는 것도 한순간에 깨닫게 되죠. 사실 나반은 우주적인 존재고 모든 것을 알고 있었는데도 개별적인 존재가 되기 전엔 그것을 깨닫지 못했던 거고요. 사실 나반과 아만의 갈등은 우리가 사랑을 할 때 흔히 일어나는 갈등이라고도 생각해요. 우리가 누군가를 사랑하게 되면 그 사람과 내가 구분되지 않고 그 사람이 마치 나인 것 같고 그렇기 때문에 무한히 희생적이 되기도 하지만 또 한편으로 무한히 잔인해지기도 하는 거죠. 그 사람이 나이기 때문에. 그러지 않으려면 그 사람이 나와 다른 존재고 개별적인 존재라는 것을 깨달아야 하는 거죠. 그렇다고 또 그 생각에 너무 빠지게 되면 또 우리는 아무 관계도 아닌 거죠.
I was struck by how violent these immortal prophets can be because they have absolutely no boundaries. And the epitome of that is Tushita, who I recently found out wasn't actually in the original version of the story published in 2013. But Tushita is such a major character in the revised edition.
네, 이렇게 대화하니까 진짜 재밌네요. 네, 원래 저희승의 선지자는 더 짧은 중편이었어요. 그런데 출판사에서 경장편으로 개작을 해보자고 하셔서 이야기를 더 늘리게 되었죠. 그러면서 이전의 나라고 과거 이야기가 들어가고 그리고 그 후의 이야기 3 에피소드가 더 추가가 됐어요. 그리고 인물이 하나 더 추가가 됐는데 그게 도솔천이었죠. 사실 원래 이야기에서는 나반하고 아만만 싸웠고 아만이 분리 편이었고 나반이 하빌 편이었기 때문에 결국 아만이 적이 되면서 하빌이 더 좋은 쪽이라는 느낌으로 결론이 나더라고요. 그런데 시간이 지나고 다시 보니까 그거는 이 이야기의 구도를 너무 단순하게 하는 것 같아서 하빌 편에선 훨씬 더 나반보다 하빌을 주장하는 다른 적이 하나 더 있어서 그 사이에서 나반이 갈등을 하는 편이 더 이야기를 풍요롭게 할 것 같아서 도솔천이라는 존재가 추가가 된 거죠.
Thank you for that. It looks like a really nice day out over there. Is that somewhere in Gangwon? As you can see, it's really windy and cloudy here today. So my next question for you is about gender, which is a huge part of your work and your world building. So I'm curious what kind of thoughts you had about gender while writing The Prophet of Corruption and That One Life.
네, 여기는 강원도고요. 저는 계속 저희 집에서 찍고 있었습니다. 밖에서 마스크를 벗은 것이 아니고요. 날이 많이 춥기 때문에 들어가서 찍도록 하겠습니다. 네, 들어왔습니다. 재밌는 질문이네요. 사실 저는 저희승의 선지자를 쓰면서 젠더를 별로 생각하지 않았어요. 이게 재밌는 지점인 것 같습니다. 보통 사람들은 기본적으로 젠더를 생각하기 때문에 젠더를 생각하지 않으면은 뭔가 특별한 의도가 있는 것처럼 느껴지는 게 아닌가 싶네요. 제가 저희승의 선지자에서 젠더를 없앤 이유는 굉장히 단순하고요. 이 세 개의 세계관은 모든 생명이 하나라는 설정이죠. 모든 생명이 하나라면 당연히 생식을 하지 않을 것이고 그러면 성별은 없겠죠. 외국인 독자 여러분들을 위해 설명을 좀 드리면은 한국어에는 여성명사, 남성명사가 없고 하다못해 사물이라고 해도 문장이나 단어가 달라지지 않아요. 그러니까 주체가 여자든 남자든 무성이든 중성이든 하다못해 사물이라고 해도 문장 구조가 똑같은 거죠. 그러니까 저는 저이승의 선지자를 쓸 때 앞에 이 세계에는 성별이 없다라는 선언만 한번 하고 이후의 이야기는 아무 무리 없이 똑같이 쓸 수 있었던 거죠. 하지만 영어는 그렇지가 않기 때문에 번역자 여러분들은 고민을 많이 하신 걸로 알아요. 예, 실제로 한국어에서는 어슐러 르긴의 어둠의 왼손에서 르긴이 게세닌을 히라고 부르든 쉬라고 부르든 문장이 달라지지 않습니다. 그래서 소설 안에서 그 인물의 성별이 드러나는 장면이 없으면은 인물의 성별은 모호한 채로 처리가 되는 것이 사실은 한국 문학이에요. 왜 영문학에는 그런 트릭이 있잖아요. 이를테면 No man can kill him 같은 전제가 있을 때 어디서 여자가 나타나서 I'm not a man 하면서 죽이잖아요. 예, 한국어에선 그 트릭이 불가능합니다. 그런 형태의 단어가 아예 존재하지 않아요. 사실 모든 캐릭터를 he나 she로 나누라는 것은 저한테 굉장히 이상한 느낌이고 왜냐하면 그 사람이 설사 사회적으로는 여자나 남자로 활동하고 있다고 해도 인터섹스일 수도 있고 수술전 트랜스젠더일 수도 있고 퀘스처널일 수도 있고 논바이너리일 수도 있는데 둘로 나누라는 것은 오히려 더 비현실적인 느낌이 들어요. 특히나 저이승의 선지자처럼 주인공들이 인간도 아니고 불멸의 존재고 신적인 존재인데 인간처럼 성별이 존재한다는 것은 저한테 훨씬 더 이상한 개념이고 그래서 성별을 없앤 거는 아무 의도가 없습니다. 만약에 성별을 넣었다면 의도가 있었겠지요. 그러고 보니까 궁금해졌는데 번역자 선생님들은 한국어에서 성별이 드러나지 않는 캐릭터가 있을 때 성별을 어떻게 상상하시나요? 구체적으로 남자나 여자로 떠올리시나요? 아니면 모호한 채로 남나요?
I agree that the prophets being sexless is a very natural corollary of them being immortal, but they also like to assume a human form and perform a certain gender, often switching genders. And when they reincarnate to Earth, certain prophets choose to be certain genders repeatedly. For example, in one of the spin-off stories, Aman chooses to be female in most of her lives. So for me, it was really interesting to see how you portray and don't portray gender in the prophet. I found using the singular they for all the prophets to be a liberating experience. But at the same time, it forced me to confront the biases that I've been culturally conditioned to have about gender roles. I was constantly fighting the urge to perceive the prophets' voices as male because of the authority they command, when the source of their authority is their divinity, not their gender. I think all the fantasy books I've read since childhood may have played a part in that. And I even caught myself referring to Tanje as him a couple of times in the manuscript, which I had to frantically fix. For my other translations so far, I would try to guess a minor character's gender based on their story arc, then put them down as either female or male in my first draft, then check with the author, who would usually decide on the gender at my request. I don't feel comfortable doing this anymore though. Even for the most minor of characters and for stories that aren't explicitly queer, just feels so restrictive and unreflective of reality when so many people around me are using they as their personal pronoun. By the way, Ursula Le Guin uses he as a generic pronoun to refer to the androgynous Gethinians in The Left Hand of Darkness, published in 1969. And then she refers to them as she in a 1975 revision of a short story set on the same planet. Then in a 1985 screenplay of The Left Hand, she uses invented pronouns an, and us. And finally, in 1988, in an essay, she describes them as they. So it's funny thinking that Le Guin had to go through all these revisions through all these years when in the Korean translation, the pronouns wouldn't have been a problem in the first place. I wish I could ask you more questions, but we're running over time. So I'll pass the floor over to you and Sophie. Thank you so much for your time and your thoughtful answers.
Hi Boyoung! I hope I don't look too crazy. I just had a baby a couple of weeks ago, so I've never been so tired. But I'm really happy to have this chance to share some picture letters with you, video letters with you. And I guess I'll ask 3 questions at once because I don't know when I'll next get the chance to sit down like this. But they're all quite different, I guess. So the first question is about the kind of time lapse between the 2 stories that I translated of yours. So I'm Waiting for You and On My Way for You. There were maybe 3-4 years between them. I remember reading that the couple who got engaged through I'm Waiting for You had had their first child by the time you were able to write the kind of follow-up. And I wonder if the follow-up, I'm On My Way to You was always just kind of like there in your mind, ready-made, or if it kind of changed over the years as time passed. And I guess that's connected to my second question, which is about kind of what you draw from, I guess, in these 2 stories. So what really drew me in one way to I'm Waiting for You is that right from the very beginning, the world just, spoiler, is completely transformed while they're both away. And one of the aspects was that America had gone bankrupt. And I happened to read the story for the first time just after a certain orange man had been elected president of that country. And it just kind of clicked, I guess, with my despair at that time, even though I'm not American. And yeah, I guess in the second story as well, you have this figure of the old captain who we see a few times in the first one as well, a couple of times in the first one, once in the first one, my brain. And I felt like he really was reminiscent of certain figures that we see in kind of recent Korean history, but also I guess a more kind of universal commentary on power as well. Yeah, and I wonder about your inspiration for that. Phew. And then question number 3 is about translation. So I know that you have done translation and that now you have worked with many different translators. I don't know about other languages actually. I think you've already been translated into Chinese as well, quite significantly, and have worked with a number of different Korean to English translators. So I wonder if you have any kind of impressions or stories or kind of ideas about translation resulting from all of that experience that you have now. And it's lovely to see your cats. I don't have any cats, I have lots of plants, and grey sky and big buildings. But yeah, it's nice to see some countryside and some felines. So thank you. Bye.
출산 축하드립니다. 고생 많으셨어요. 몇 가지는 정해져 있었어요. 처음부터. 이를테면 여자가 어디에 있었는가. 그거는 남자 편에서도 이야기가 나오죠. 남자가 중간에 이야기 하잖아요. 나처럼 작은 배를 타고 여행하는 것은 무리고 당신이 만약 여행을 하고 있다면 큰 배에 타고 있을 텐데 큰 배에 타고 있다면 마음대로 여행을 할 수 없을 테니까 우리가 만나는 것은 기적 같은 우연일 것이다. 예, 그거는 미리 정해져 있었고 또 남자 편에서 살짝 나오고 그 뒷이야기가 안 나온 캐릭터들이 있었죠. 예, 그 선장이라든가 그리고 여자가 탄 배의 선장이 AI라든가 이들은 여자 편에서 나올 예정이었죠. 예, 하지만 여자 편을 쓰는 게 생각보다 쉽지는 않았는데 제가 바라는 게 있었거든요. 여자 편이 단순히 남자 편의 속편이 아니라 여자 편을 먼저 읽어도 되는 이야기를 만들고 싶었어요. 그러니까 여자 편은 속편이자 프리퀄인 거죠. 그러면서 두 작품 중 어느 편을 읽어도 괜찮으면서 한 작품을 읽고 다른 작품을 봤을 때 이게 같은 이야기의 반복이 아니라 또 다른 새로운 이야기라는 느낌을 주고 싶었는데 이런 것들을 다 만족시키는 이야기를 만들기가 쉽지가 않더라고요. 그래서 쓰는 것도 생각보다 오래 걸렸고 그래서 소피 보만 씨가 참 고생을 많이 하셨어요. 번역해야 될 시간이 다가오고 있는데 제 지필이 끝나지 않아서 그래서 어쩔 수 없이 제가 중간 버전을 보내드리고 연재를 하듯이 예, 지필과 번역이 거의 동시에 이루어졌어요. 그리고 나중에 퇴고하고 교정도 하는 바람에 그 부분은 다 이제 다시 번역을 해주셨죠. 정말 수고 많으셨고 정말 감사드립니다. 네, 두 번째 질문에 대한 답을 해볼게요. 정치적인 이야기를 하게 되네요. 사실 당신을 기다리고 있어와 당신에게 가고 있어를 읽어보시면 느낌은 굉장히 많은 시간이 흐른 것 같지만 실제로 흐르는 시간이 길지 않아요. 지구가 무너지는 데 걸리는 시간이 한 10년 정도고 남자와 여자가 실제로 보내는 시간이 10년입니다. 물론 지구에서는 훨씬 더 많은 시간이 흐르지만 제가 이렇게 시간을 짧게 설정한 이유는 그 당시 한국 상황과 맞물려 있는데요. 외국 독자 여러분들을 위해 소개를 하자면은 한국은 군사 독재 기간이 아주 길었던 나라입니다. 제가 대학 들어갈 때쯤에 겨우 문민 정권이 들어섰고요. 그런데 이 소설을 쓸 당시에는 그 군사 독재자들 중에서도 최악에 해당하는 그 독재자의 딸이 대통령으로 당선이 되었을 무렵이었죠. 지금은 감옥에 계시죠. 탄핵이 되어서 감옥에 계십니다. 그 앞에 대통령도 좋은 사람이 아니었고 아주 천박한 사업가였고요. 두 대통령이 있는 10년 사이에 저는 우리가 지키려고 애썼던 모든 것이 실시간으로 무너진다는 느낌을 받았어요. 왜 소설 같은 거 보면은 문명이 무너지거나 세상이 망하는 데 걸리는 시간을 길게 잡잖아요. 1000년이나 10,000년 이렇게 잡잖아요. 그런데 그게 아니라 우리가 좋은 것을 쌓기 위해 걸리는 시간이 1000년에서 10,000년이고 그것을 무너뜨린 데는 하루면 족하고 1년이면 족하고 10년이면 족하다는 것을 제가 그때 실시간으로 체험하고 있었던 것 같아요. 그래서 이 소설은 내일 결혼하리라고 생각했던 그리고 모든 것이 일상적으로 돌아가리라고 생각했던 두 연인이 아주 짧은 시간에 세상이 무너지고 자신이 알고 있던 모든 것이 사라지는 것을 지켜보는 이야기고, 그게 아마 그 소설을 쓸 때의 제 느낌이었던 거죠. 그럼에도 불구하고 우리에게 희망이 있고 의지가 있고 계속 싸워나갈 의지가 있다면은 기적적으로 그 모든 것이 회복될 수도 있고 좋은 일이 있을 수도 있다는 생각을 하면서 썼던 소설인 것 같아요. 그리고 그것이 지금 이 순간에도 세계 여러 곳에서 일어나고 있는 일이라고도 생각합니다. 네, 그래서 미얀마 시민 여러분들을 응원합니다. 저는 오늘 나무를 수확을 하고 왔고요. 세 번째 질문에 대해서 답을 해보겠습니다. 네, 많은 분들의 도움으로 제 작품이 조금씩 해외로 나가고 있는데요. 사실 많은 경우에 번역자와 만나지 못합니다. 번역을 하면서 이렇게 많이 관심 가져주시고 제 작품에 대해 토론해 주시고 자기 작품처럼 이렇게 오류를 잡아주신 분은 류승경 씨와 소피 보만 씨가 거의 유일합니다. 소피 보만 씨는 저희 집에 찾아오셔서 작품 토론을 긴 시간 해주셨고요. 류승경 씨도 이 작품에 시간 계산이 나오는데 모든 숫자를 정말 긴 시간에 걸쳐서 오류를 잡아주셨어요. 하퍼도 상당한 분량의 질문을 저에게 주셨고 또 오류 체크를 해주셨는데 네, 자기한테 말하는 줄 알고 그 대부분이 합당한 지적이라서 한국판도 그에 맞춰서 개정판이 나올 정도였습니다. 정말 대단했습니다. 사실 편집자도 작가가 보지 못하는 점을 찾아서 작품을 수정해 주시는데 번역자는 그 몇 배로 작품을 깊이 들여다 봐주신다는 생각이 들었고 제게도 잊지 못할 체험이었습니다. 다른 언어로 옮겨지는 과정에서 비로소 소설이 완성되었다는 기분이 들 정도였어요. 정말 감사드립니다. 네, 영보는 지금 제 발밑에 있는데요. 제가 말을 하니까 자기한테 말하는 줄 알고 계속 왔다 갔다 하네요.
Hi Boyoung, I made it outside. It's amazing. It's kind of almost spring here in Toronto. Thank you so much for your answers to my questions. I really agree with all of the sentiments and honestly wanted to cry when you talked about how it can take hundreds if not thousands of years to build something up and moments for it to come tumbling down. But you know, thinking about that also makes me want to never give up. Things might take a while, but we keep trying and to really appreciate everything that's here now with us. Yeah, I just want to say that it was really wonderful to work with you on our book. You really made it feel like a project that we were all doing together rather than kind of, you know, a translator working for a writer, which was really special. And working with Sung, hi Sung, nice to see you in Singapore, was just amazing. The kind of friendship that we have and the way that we were able to support each other and really know each other's work inside out was really awesome to experience, and I hope we'll get a chance to do something like this again. Okay, love you guys. Bye.
네, 저는 계속 집입니다. 소피 보만 씨, 류승경 씨 정말로 감사드리고요. 그린북 에이전시에도 감사를 드리고 제 책의 출간이기도 하지만 두 분 번역작의 출간이기도 하죠. 축하드립니다. 그리고 독자 여러분들을 위해 소개를 하면은 이 책의 가운데에 있는 저이승의 선지자라는 작품은 동양 신화와 전설이 많이 들어가 있는 작품이라 외국 독자들을 위한 용어 정리가 책 뒤에 있습니다. 이 용어 정리를 먼저 읽어보시고 작품을 보시면은 좀 더 이해하기 편하실 수 있을 거예요. 감사합니다.
always remember this project as an intense, passionate collaboration. And Sophie, it was amazing working with you. I learned how to be a good co-translator and a good friend by your example. And Poyoung, you and your stories are what brought all of us together. So thank you so much. And may both of your work live long and prosper.
Hello everyone, my name is Soje and I translate Korean poetry and fiction into English. My latest book is a poetry collection called Catcalling by Lee So-ho, and I'm joined by her today for our first ever reading together. Thank you Sant Jordi NYC for having us virtually. Our conversation will be held in Korean, and as long as everything has gone according to plan, I will have added subtitles in both Korean and English for you to follow along. So without further ado, here is 이소호. 안녕하세요, 작가님.
안녕하세요.
네, 낭독을 소우 작가님이랑 같이 하면 어떨까 하면서 제안을 드렸는데, 아니, 바로 낭독하고 싶은 시들을 말씀해 주셨어요. 그래가지고
네네네.
저한테 설명해 주셨던 것처럼 오늘 읽을 시 3편을 순서대로 소개해 주시면 좋을 것 같아요. 그러면
네.
먼저 동거부터 부탁드릴게요.
네. 일단 제가 제일 처음 동거를 선택한 이유는요. 이 시집 자체를 처음 시작할 적에 생각했던 시예요. 그래서 이 시를 이 동거라는 제목으로부터 시작돼서 이 경진인의 탄생부터 해서 쭉 이 시집의 완성과 첫 번째 그러니까 뼈대가 되었던 시입니다. 그래서 이 시를 한번 읽어보도록 하겠습니다. 동거. 내가 태어났는데 어쩌다 너도 태어났다. 하나에서 둘, 우리는 비좁은 유모차에 구겨 앉는다. 우리는 같은 교복을, 남자를, 방을 쓴다. 언니, 의사 선생님이 나 하고 싶은 대로 하래. 그러니까 언니, 나 이제 너라고 부를래. 사랑하니까 너라고 부를래. 사실 너 같은 건 언니도 아니지. 동생은 식칼로 사과를 깎으며 말한다. 마지막 사과니까 남기면 죽어. 동생은 나를 향해 식칼을 들고 사과를 깎는다. 바득바득 사과를 먹는다. 나는 동생의 팔목을 대신 그어준다. 넌 뱃속에 있을 때 무덤처럼 잠만 잤대. 한 번 더 동생의 팔목을 그었다. 자장자장, 넌 잘 때가 제일 예뻐. 동생을 뒤집어 놓고 재운다. 이불을 머리 끝까지 덮어주고 재운다. 비좁다 비좁다 밤이. 하나에서 둘, 하나에서 둘.
Cohabitation. I was born, but somehow you were born too. From 1 to 2, we crumple ourselves into the cramped stroller. We use the same uniform, man, room. 언니, the doctor says I should do whatever I want. So 언니, I'm not going to call you 언니 anymore. Because I love you, I'm going to call you by your name. Let's be real. You don't deserve to be called a big sister, my little sister says, peeling the apple with a knife. It's the last apple, so you better finish it. Little sister points the knife at me as she peels the apple. Crunch, crunch. I eat the apple. I slit little sister's wrist for her. Mom says you slept inside her like it was your grave. I slit little sister's wrist again. Hush, little baby. You're prettiest when you sleep. I put her to sleep on her stomach. I put her to sleep, pulling the blanket to the top of her head. How cramped the night is. From 1 to 2. From 1 to 2.
저는 이 바득바득에 대한 이야기를 한번 들어보고 싶어요. 번역에서. 왜냐면 네, 크런치 할 때마다 저는 되게 어렸을 때 추억이 생각이 나거든요. 이제 한국에는 크런치라는 초콜릿이 있어요. 그래서 저는 크런치 크런치와 이 사과의 바득바득이 그 억지로 먹는 그 느낌이랑 저한테는 추억으로는 너무나 큰 차이가 있어서 굉장히 이질적으로 오히려 다가오고 조금 더 섬뜩한 느낌이 오히려 들었어요. 그래서 뭐 혹시 크런치라는 초콜릿을 드셔보셨는지 우리 번역가님께서.
저는 크런치라는 초콜릿은 편의점에서 본 것 같아요. 편의점에서 팔죠. 아직도.
네네네.
네, 그래서 본 거는 같은데 먹어보진 않은 것 같고, 그리고 영어에서는 이렇게 이런 소리를 이성어 의태어 그런 게 잘 발달이 덜 돼 있어요, 한국어보다는. 그래서 바득바득 그런 느낌이 딱 오는 단어가 없거든요, 사실. 근데 동사를 두 개 크런치 크런치를 이거 더블링을 하면서 뭔가 그런 효과를 내려고 해봤어요. 근데 사실 크런치는 사과랑 연관이 돼 있거든요, 영어에서는. 근데 한국에서는 이게 크런치가 초콜릿이랑 연관이 돼 있는 게 조금 의외예요.
그러면 이제 제가 두 번째로 읽을 시를 한번 정말로 오랫동안 고민을 했어요, 사실. 사실 동거와 같이 쓰여진 시는 보거국이라는 시였어요. 근데 그것도 굉장히 센 시를 막 읽어달라고 독자분들이 말씀하실 때 보거국 아니면은 거미집을 읽어야지 하는데, 아무래도 거미집 같은 경우가 이제 새 모녀가 있고 어떤 각주의 묘미가 또 재미있게 다가오는 독자분들이 워낙 많으셔서 제가 오랜 고민 끝에 경진이네 연작시 중 거미집을 읽도록 하겠습니다. 네. 경진이네 거미집. 엄마는 다리를 혐오했다. 다리 밑에서 주워온 우리를. 언제나 비좁은 우리의 요람. 밤마다 침대에는 온 가족의 다리가 뒤엉켰다. 2, 2는 4, 2, 4, 8, 18. 그날 엄마가 낳은 1989개의 동생. 햇빛이 사라지면 거미는 줄을 타고 올라간다. 가진 게 다리뿐인 우리는 살아야 했다. 배고플 때마다 이불 속에서 똥구멍을 조이는 연습을 했다. 한 호흡에 한 번씩 조여지는 똥구멍 수축하는 질. 불행히도 엄마의 자궁은 1989개의 동생을 낳은 후로 늙고 닳았다. 젖을 빠는 대신 우리는 자궁에 인슐린을 꽂고 매일매일 번갈아 가며 엄마 다리 사이에 사정을 했다. 그때마다 개미가 들끓었다. 잘 들어 엄마. 엄마는 이제 여자도 뭣도 아니야. 내가 이렇게 엄마 다리 사이를 핥아도 웃지를 않잖아. 봐봐. 이렇게 손가락 3개를 꽂아도 느낄 줄 몰라 엄마는. 나는 문을 꼭 닫았다. 1989, 1988, 1987, 1986, 1985, 1984, 1983, 1900, 1900, 1900, 100, 100, 100. 가진 게 다리뿐인 나는 살아야 했다. 엄마를 향해 사정을 했다. 다리 사이로 개미들은 끓고 턱을 벌리고 엄마의 축 처진 살을 꼬집었다. 울었다 엄마는. 영등포 로터리에서 핑크색 유두를 잃어버린 소녀처럼 똥파리가 들끓는 1989명의 동생을 뜯어먹으며. 비가 오고 줄은 끊어졌다. 거미는 줄을 타고 내려간다. 하얀 천과 삼배, 탄수화물과 초콜릿, 구더기와 거머리, 그리고 씨다른 아빠, 아빠, 아빠. 나는 이미 죽음의 추상에 대해 알고 있었다. 이제 가족을 말하지 않고 나를 말하는 방법은 핑계뿐이다. 엄마는 늘 내게 욕을 했어요. 애미 잡아먹는 거미 같은 년이라고. 햇빛은 사라지고 나는 다리를 모두 벌린 채 다른 가지에 집을 지었다. 빗방울에도 쉽게 부서지는 집을. 베베거미는 자살적 모성 보호가 있는 곤충으로 산란 후 어미가 자식들에게 자기 몸을 먹이로 내어준다. 이는 모성의 가장 극단적 사례로 손꼽힌다. 그리고 그 극단적 모성은 숙명이다. 자식의 미래는 어미이기 때문이다. 어느 날 할머니께서는 이것에 관한 다큐를 보고 엄마에게 욕을 하셨다. 거미 같은 년이라고. 나는 그날을 기억한다. 엄마는 아이처럼 방문을 꼭 걸어 잠그고 서럽게 울었다.
아니, 각주를 자주 쓰시는데
네네.
낭독할 때는 자주 안 읽으신다고 말씀해 주셨는데
아, 네네.
네.
사실 거의 안 읽어요. 한 98%안 읽는다고 생각하시면 되는데요. 이유는 이 각주를 읽음으로써 이 시의 어떤 리듬이 깨질 수도 있다, 이 여운이 깨질 수도 있다고 첫 번째로 생각을 했었고, 오히려 도슨트가 있거나 없는 것 없어도 다 관람을 볼 수 있는 것처럼 저는 선택에 맡기고 싶었거든요. 그래서 각주는 도슨트의 역할을 한다고 보시면 될 것 같고요. 낭독 때는 그냥 그 작품 자체의 여운을 마음껏 누리실 수 있도록 안 읽는 편입니다.
아, 근데 오늘은 어쨌든 영미권 독자를
네네.
위해 네, 읽으셨고요. 그럼 저도 읽을게요.
네네.
Kyungjin's home, a spider web. Mom hated bridges and us strays she'd found under the bridge of her legs. Our ever-cramped cradle. Every night in bed, the whole family's legs got tangled. 2 times 2 is 4. 2, 4, 8, fuck. That day, Mom birthed 1989 siblings. When the sun goes away, the spider climbs its web. Having only legs, we had to live. Whenever we were hungry, we practiced tightening our buttholes under the covers. With each breath, the butthole tightens, the vagina contracts. What a pity. Mom's womb grew old and worn after birthing 1989 siblings. Instead of sucking on her teats, we injected insulin into her womb and took turns every day ejaculating between her legs. The ants would swarm every time. Listen up, Mom. You're not a woman or anything anymore. You don't laugh even when I lick between your legs like this. Look, look. You can't come even when I stick 3 fingers inside like this. I shut the door tight. 1989, 1988, 1987, 1986, 1985, 1984, 1983, 19, teen, spleen. Having only legs, I had to live. I ejaculated at Mom. The ants swarmed between her legs, opened their jaws, and pinched her saggy flesh. Mom cried, like a girl who lost her pink nipples at Yeongdeungpo Rotary as she ripped apart and ate my 1989 siblings swarmed by blowflies. Rain fell and the web broke. The spider climbs down the web. White fabric and hemp cloth, carbohydrates and chocolate, maggots and leeches, plus dad of different seeds. I already knew about the abstraction of death. Now, the only way I can talk about myself without mentioning family is by making excuses. Mom always called me a bitch, a mother-eating spider bitch. The sun went away, and I, spreading all my legs, built a home in another branch, a home that even a raindrop could break. Footnote. Velvet spiders engage in matrophagy, or suicidal maternal care. After spawning, the spider offers its body as food for its children as an extreme case of maternal instinct. The children are fated to repeat that same instinct as they become mothers. One day, grandmother watched a documentary on these spiders and cursed at Mom, called her a spider bitch, I remember that day. Like a child, mom locked her door and wept pitifully.
제가 영어
네.
책을 같이 보면서
네네.
낭독하는 걸 들었는데 제가 굉장히 영어를 잘하는 기분이 들었어요.
아,
아, 이런 단어였구나를 조금 더 제가 이렇게 눈으로 보면서 들으니까
아,
훨씬 더 잘 이렇게 한국 독자분들은 그래서 만약에 영어가 궁금하시다 하면 이렇게 같이 놓고 비교해서 보시면 참 좋을 것 같아요.
정말 ER 같은 홍보. 네, 알겠습니다.
좀 놀랐어요. 와, 이렇게 이런 단어들이었구나라는 거를 좀 알게
아,
됐어요. 예.
아, 네, 신기하네요. 네, 제가 또 질문이 있는데요. 그
네.
시에 등장하는 영등포 로터리에 대해 궁금해 하실 분들이 계실 것 같은데, 혹시
네네.
이 자리를 빌려, 이 의미나 상징성에 대해서 얘기해 주실 수 있으세요?
아, 일단 영등포는 저한테는 굉장히 의미가 깊은 장소예요.
네.
그래서 저희 엄마 아빠는 본투비 영등포 출신이세요. 그래서 쭉 영등포에서 자라서 지금까지 영등포에서 지금도 살고 계시는 거죠. 그러니까. 네. 그리고 영등포 로터리 같은 경우는 지금도 있는데 백화점이 그 사이에 이제 3개 정도가 있고 밤이 되면은 기이하게도 그 사이사이가 약간 사창가가 있어요. 아직도 여전히. 그래서 백화점과 사창가와 그다음에 예술인 마을이 동시에 있는 굉장히 이상한 동네예요. 영등포에 그런 기이한 레이어된 그런 어떤 감정이 이 거미집에 굉장히 잘 어울린다고 생각을 했습니다.
네, 그러면 다음 시는 약간 정말 흐름이 달라지는데 다음 시는 루즈벨트 아일랜드잖아요. 약간
네네.
그 설명을 해주실 수 있으세요?
제가 가장 제 시 중에 베스트 오브 베스트로 서정적이라고 생각하는 시거든요. 일단 뉴욕을 배경으로 하고 있고 제가 외국에서 제일 오래 머물고 제일 여러 번 간 도시를 막 꼽자면 저는 뉴욕이거든요. 그래서 그래서 제 시집 이 캣콜링 안에는 사실 뉴욕에 있는 외국인의 느낌이 좀 많이 나는 시들이 있어요. 캣콜링 그 표제작을 비롯해서. 근데 이 시 같은 경우는 저는 옛날에 그런 얘기를 정말 많이 들었거든요. 뉴욕에 살 적에 맨하튼이 맨하튼이 이게 섬이다 사실은. 섬과 똑같다. 근데 그 섬 안에 섬이 루즈벨트 아일랜드라는 얘기를 들었어요. 그리고 그 섬은 사실 되게 슬픈 과거를 가지고 있고 위키백과 같은 데서 검색을 해보면 정신병 환자분들을 이렇게 가두던 그런 곳이었다고 많이 들었어요. 그래서 굉장히 슬픈 역사가 있는 곳이지만 저는 섬이라는 또 그런 시어들은 가장 아름다운 사랑에 쓰고 싶어 하거든요. 근데 단둘이 그러니까 가장 은밀하고 우리가 가장 안정적일 수 있는 장소는 섬이다. 연인 사이에. 섬이라고 생각하기 때문에 섬 안에 섬이면 더 얼마나 아름답겠어요. 그래서 제가 루즈벨트 아일랜드에 있는 두 사람에 대해서 쓴 시입니다. 네, 읽어보겠습니다. 루즈벨트 아일랜드. 빗속에서 그늘을 들쳐업고 너와 섬에서 물담배 피우고 싶다. 글라스로 와인 한 잔을 시키고 시에 대해서 이야기해주고 싶다. 그럼 넌 내 눈을 보고 그림 이야기를 하겠지. 여러 개의 시선이 뒤섞인 세잔에 대해서, 세잔을 말할 때 반짝이던 내 눈에 대해서 쓰겠지. 좁은 캔버스에 갇힌 검은 침대와 컵과 흰 장미를, 한 쌍의 브래지어를 우리에게 채우는 나라에 대해서. 그럼 우린 왜 이 순간이 위대한지 말하겠지. 우린 섬에서 또 다른 섬에가 눕겠지. 사람들의 눈을 피해 내 방에 앉아서 맨해튼을 바라보겠지. 내일은 그랜드 센트럴에 가서 우리 주니어스 치즈케이크를 먹자. 먹으면서 왕가의 영화를 보자. 미랑의 노래를 듣자. 들키지 말자. 그리고 우리 참 지질하다고 웃겠지. 목에 커튼을 걸고 거울 앞에 서서 우린 잘 어울린다고 하겠지. 이렇게 사랑하는데 어째서 사랑이 아니야? 웃겠지. 내가 돌아가는 그날은 눈이 아주 많이 왔다고 내가 그랬다. 뉴욕에 있는 사람들 그 누구도 집 밖으로 나가지 못했다고 그랬다 내가. 감사합니다.
Roosevelt Island. Carrying shade on my back inside the light. I want to smoke hookah with you on the island. I want to order wine by the glass and tell you about poetry. Then you'd look into my eyes and talk about paintings, about Cezanne who mixes multiple perspectives, about your eyes lighting up when you talk about Cezanne, I'd probably write. The black bed and a cup and a white rose trapped in a narrow canvas. A country that straps a bra on us. Then we'd probably say why this moment is grand. We'd go from island to island and lie around. Away from prying eyes, we'd sit in your room and gaze at Manhattan. Tomorrow, let's go to Grand Central and eat Junior's cheesecake. Let's eat it over a Wong Kar-wai movie. Let's listen to Lang Lee. Let's not get caught. Then we'd probably laugh at ourselves for being so pathetic. We'd drape the curtain around our necks and stand in front of the mirror and say, we look great together. We love each other this much. How is this not love? We'd laugh. It snowed a lot the day I went back, he said. Nobody in New York could leave their house, he said.
영어로 들으니까 더 뭔가 와닿는 것 같아요.
뭔가 이 시를 특히 이 시도 그렇고 3부에 있는 모든 시는 낭독하면 약간 다른 목소리를 써야 되는 것 같아요. 다른 일부보다는 정말 약간 다른 감성?
네, 다른 자아.
네, 다른 자아를 가지고 연애 자아.
네, 맞습니다.
네, 가족 자아와 연애 자아가 완벽히
네.
분리된.
그래서 섬인 것 같아요. 이 섬이라고
아.
붙였기 때문에 이게 독자분들도 이게 3부에 정말 덩그러니 있잖아요. 이 또 시가. 그래서 독자분들이 아, 섬이구나. 그래서 이 센시와 센시들 사이에 섬이구나 해서 쉬어가는 코너처럼 읽으시면서 약간 마음을 다독이시는 것 같아요.
맞아요. 뭔가 섬이라고 하면 고립된 장소라고 생각을 할 수도 있는데 뭔가 작가님이 그거를 유토피아, 그러니까 다른 장소들이 디스토피아면 이거 유토피아인 걸로 상상하는 것도 되게 소 작가님스럽다는 생각이 들어요.
네, 저는 뭔가 진짜 사랑하는 사람이 있으면 좋은 섬에 둘이서 도망갈 거예요.
정말 마음속에 있는 그 주니어 치즈케이크가 사라졌다고 저번에 말씀해 주셨잖아요.
너무 슬펐어요.
그래서 한국에서도 없어지고 그 뉴욕 그랜드 센트럴
뉴욕에서도 그랜드 센트럴에서는 없어졌어요. 제가 2019년에 갔을 적에 주니어 치즈케이크를 들고 딱 시집이 나온 지 넉 달밖에 안 됐을 때니까 요거를 들고 이제 미국에서 루즈벨트 아일랜드를 읽으면서 주니어 치즈케이크를 먹는 영상을 찍자. 엄마한테 찍어달라고 했어요. 그래서 뉴욕 낭독회를 제가 꿈이었으니까 저는 그때는 제가 이렇게 계약이 뉴욕 출판사한테
그쵸, 모르고.
네, 완전 판타지로 하려고 딱 일단 그랜드 센트럴을 갔는데 치즈케이크가 있다 없는 거예요. 그래서 엄마 나 너무 충격받았어. 그래서 이제 구글에 쳐보니까 조금 더 걸어서 42가에 주니어 치즈케이크 가게가 엄청 크게 있는 거예요. 일단 저의 환상은 다 깨졌지만 그러니까 뭔가 역 안에 있는 치즈케이크 가게라는 어떤 그런 그것도 좀 낭만적이잖아요. 모두가 갔다가 떠났다 갔다가 떠났다는 그 장소에 있는 치즈케이크. 나만 낭만적인가?
약간 그럴 수도 있어요.
네.
뉴욕 사람들은 워낙 그 역에 대한 환멸이 있기 때문에 약간 그 낭만적이진 않은 것 같아요.
모두가 머물렀다 떠나고 막 만남과 이별이 막 있는 그 장소에 그 치즈케이크를 먹으면서 이렇게 뭔가 해보려고 했는데 치즈케이크는 사라져서 그 치즈케이크에서 포장을 해가지고 제가
포장해서 다시 돌아오신
아니,
거예요?
케이블카를 탔어요. 케이블카를 타고 내가서 엄마한테 이제 치즈케이크를 먹고 엄마한테 엄마 여기 물소리가 들려도 되고 시끄러워도 되니까 나 이거
맞아요.
읽는 거 한 번만 찍어달라고 해서 제가 뉴욕에서 사실 낭독회를 프라이빗하게 했어요. 그 영상은 다음에 제가 어디선가 업로드하는 걸로 하겠습니다.
네네네. 그러면 뭐 오늘 읽을 시는 다 읽었고 본격적으로 홍보를 하자면
네네.
주문 캣콜링을 알라딘과 예스 24에서 주문하실 수 있고요. 그리고 또 교보문고에서도 곧
오프라인이요?
오프라인으로 사실 수 있을 것 같아요.
굉장히 예쁜 책이고요. 이따 펼쳐보시면 아실 거예요. 예쁘지만 않습니다. 겉은 이렇게 아름다우나 내용은 똑같으니까 여러분.
그쵸. 내용이 변하는 건 아니니까.
네, 디스토피아와 어떤 판타지가 섞인 저의 캣콜링 많이 사랑해 주시고요. 또 독립서점에서 또 구매를 만약에 하시게 되면 이벤트가 있습니다.
독립서점 저희 연락해 주시면 언제나.
독립서점에는 제가 포토카드 제가 직접 만든 포토카드 보내드리니까 많은 사랑 부탁드립니다.
네. 맞다. K하트.
K하트. 여러분. 평창에서 모든 사람이다 이러고 갔습니다.
맞아요. 이거는 올림픽부터 이렇게 올림픽에서 시작된 건 아니죠? 그냥 K-팝에서
네,
누가
K-팝에서 시작했는데 이거를 K-하트라고 하시더라고요.
그쵸. K-하트를 우리가
K-하트고 그 다음에 오픈 레터북스 분들께 제가 한국말을 못하지만 감사하다는 말씀 꼭 드리고.
한국말을 하실 수 있잖아요.
영어를 못하지만 땡큐.
네. 항상
everything.
네, 그렇게 마무리하겠습니다. 그러면
감사합니다.
모든 시청자분들과 독자분들께 감사하다는 말씀을 전하고 싶습니다.
네,
또 만나요.
많이 사랑해주세요. 감사합니다.
Hi, I'm Martha Tennant and happy San Jordi. I'd like to talk to you a moment about Mercè Rodoreda's novel, Garden by the Sea, that Marusha Relaño and I translated for Open Letter. If you're not familiar with Rodoreda, I think you should be. She's generally considered perhaps the most important Catalan writer of the 20th century. She was born in 1908 and died in 1983. So after the Spanish Civil War, we're speaking of 1936 and 1939, she went into exile in France. So she was living under very straitened conditions and writing as best she could. But then in 1954, she moved to Geneva, Switzerland, and their financial situation was much improved. It was a calmer period of time, and we see that reflected in Garden by the Sea. So the novel is set in the early 20th century, takes place over 6 summers at a villa by the sea outside of Barcelona, owned by a wealthy young couple, and we see them and their beautiful, rich friends. The novel is narrated by a gardener, an unnamed man who has the opportunity to observe the lives and ostentation of his employers and their guests, their superficial revelry, and also how it's marked by their suffering and failed dreams. So we have the gardener, who is this unassuming, quiet man who is both an intimate part of the villa and yet completely outside of it. So he offers the readers a vision of behind-the-scenes domesticity and the slowly developing malaise and intrigue as the protagonist moved gently toward catastrophe. So the gardener listens, he observes, he goes his own way, he tends his garden with infinite care and knowledge. All of Rodoreda's writings, short stories and novels, are filled with references to flowers, trees, and so of course this would especially be the case in this novel, which is about a garden. So we have magnolias and lilacs and bearded irises, red geraniums, nasturtiums, and most especially the ever-present linden promenade. So we have the lush descriptions of the garden, which are a perfect counterpoint to the domestic dramas that unfold. The existential ennui of the rich versus the gentle gardener who deals with his own grief. The novel's a slow-moving drama. Marusha refers to it as unhurried melancholy, the quiet road that leads to disaster, this measured discovery of ever-deepening layers of meaning that appear throughout the novel. And the novel is also about waiting and silence and what is communicated through these silences, the individual dramas, the pain behind the gardener's observations. And as always with Rodoreda, there's this rhythmic quality of the writing, a lot of sensuous details. It's a very tender book, mournful if you wish, but elegant and romantic. So I'd like to read you the first couple of pages of the novel. I've always enjoyed knowing what happens to people. It's not because I'm garrulous, but because I like people. And I was fond of the owners of this house. But all of this happened so long ago that I can no longer recall many of the details. I'm old, and sometimes I get mixed up. There was no need to go to the Excelsior to see films the summers they came with their friends. There was this one fellow who liked to paint the sea. Feliu Roca, he was called. His work had been shown in exhibitions in Paris, and I believe he's known in Barcelona and made a pile of money with his swaths of blue. He'd paint the sea in all of its incarnations, calm, wild, big waves, small waves, green the color of fear, gray the color of clouds, seascapes. He said he did seascapes, and his friends encouraged him to dapple the canvas because that's what Americans like. They made fun of him and would say too many painters had painted the sea already. And then the young man, a good-looking fellow with ash blonde hair and sleepy blue eyes, he stuttered sometimes, such as when the colors didn't come out the way he wanted them. I'm referring to the paint mixture. And he would say to me, "It's more difficult to paint this beast of blue than to tend flowers." And I would answer, "You're right. Yes, you are. Flowers grow all by themselves. Maybe that's why there's so little merit in being a gardener." I said it just to make him happy. And he said that when he finished painting the sea in every possible state of seaness, he would paint me sitting in the sun. I didn't believe him. No. Every summer when he came up, I was glad to see him again, and I think he was glad to see me too. 6 summers, all told. 6 summers and 1 terrible winter. Happy San Jordi.
Hello, and thank you for having us here. I'm Mara Faye Leatham, and I'm here with Max Besoda. We're gonna do a small reading from The Adventures and Misadventures of the Extraordinary and Admirable Joan Orpí, conquistador and founder of New Catalonia, which came out in January, I believe, of this year with Open Letter Books. So we want to also shout out to them, all the folks at Open Letter who made this possible. And as you'll see, it's was quite an adventure in translation. And so we'll talk a little bit about that after the reading. So we're gonna start with book 1, which is not actually the very beginning of the book, but it seemed like a good place to start. And Max will read some in Catalan, and then I'll read the English, and we'll go back and forth for a few pages, and then we'll have a little conversation. Okay.
Llibre primer, on es narra amb gran esperit d'estil i d'una manera que tal com es conta quedarà, la infància i joventut d'Orpí, primer al poble de Piera i après durant els seus anys d'estudi a la ciutat de Barcelona, on visqué diverses experiències, tant de bones com de dolentes, que li ensenyaren que la vida no és un camí de roses, sinó més aviat un llarg viacrucis on s'aprèn a base d'hòsties, i és de llei que la seva història sigui explicada, potser no ben bé igual en què succeí en realitat, però sí almenys d'una manera força versemblant.
Book 1, in which is narrated with great gusto and an eye on posterity, Orpí's infancy and childhood, first in the town of Piera and anon during his studies in the city of Barcelona, where he had varied experiences, as many good as bad, which taught him that life is no bed of roses, but rather a long ordeal where one learns from hard knocks, and as such, and befitting his story, shall be explained, perhaps not exactly as it truly happened, but at least quite similarly.
Capítol 1. Així comença la general història de Joan Orpí d'una manera que per força havia de ser una mena de premonició de la seva posterior vida aventurera. Diuen alguns que el naixement de Joan Orpí fou una mica raro, però espectacularíssim. I si no em creieu, escolteu això. Tot començà a la petita població catalana de Piera una vesprada de l'any de la nativitat del nostre Senyor Jesucrist. Quan un colom vell i xacrós, mullat per la pluja que estava caient, baixà volant d'allà enllà d'uns núvols plens d'activitat elèctrica i després de planar per entre els arbres, camps de conreu i de donar 3 imprecises voltes al campanar de l'església, surà pels cels de les xemeneies fumejants de les casetes del poble en un vol prodigiós i últim, fins que les seves ales ja no el pogueren dur més lluny i, finalment, entre gluc-glucs afònics, aterrà maldestrament al cairell angulós d'una finestra on, agonitzant de bestial dolor, consumí els seus últims instants de vida en absolut silenci sepulcral. Aquella finestra donava part de la casa dels Orpí, família de respectable cabdal i notable pedigrí local, i dins l'habitació de la casa, la llum de 3 espelmes deixava veure unes cames aixarrancades, mai depilades i plenes de verius, que tremolaven per l'esforç de portar una nova ànima sobre la terra. La senyora Orpí estava a punt de donar a llum a un infant d'una manera tal que s'entatxonaria la memòria de les gents d'aquells verals i donaria per unes quantes sessions de rumorologia al poble de Piera, almenys durant una tarda de diumenge.
Chapter 1. Thus begins the story of Joan Orpí, indubitably some sort of premonition of his later life of adventures. It is said that while Joan Orpí's birth was a bit strange, it was highly spectacular, regardless. And if you don't believe me, listen to this. It all began in the small Catalan town of Piera. One evening of the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, MDXCIII, if I've got my Roman numerals right, when an old ailing pigeon, wet from the falling rain, flying hither and thither from clouds filled with electrical activity, soared through the trees and sown fields, made 3 shaky circles around the church bell tower, and floated through the heavens of smoking chimneys in a prodigious final flight, until its wings could take it no further, and finally, amid hoarse gloop gloops, it landed clumsily on the angular sill of a window, where, agonizing in horrific pain, it consumed its last moments of life in absolute, sepulchral silence. That window belonged to the home of the Orpis, a family of respectable wealth and notable local pedigree, and inside the room, the light given off by 3 candles revealed spread eagle legs covered in varicose veins and hair, trembling from the effort of bringing a new soul into the world. Mrs. Orpi was about to birth an infant in such a way that would become legend and fodder for numerous sessions of rumor mongering in the town of Piera, at least for the duration of Sunday afternoon.
Empeny, per l'amor de Déu, Eulàlia, empeny, cridava el vell Orpí. És lo diable qui mena aquesta criatura, querido meu, bravava ella, per a qui aquell naixement estava sent un martiri tan gran que no podia sinó presagiar quelcom funest. La dona, que havia deixat el llit inundat d'excrements, sangs i altres fluids, forçava els seus baixos per tal que la criatura sortís d'una vegada del seu ventre. Tan fort bramava aquesta que semblava que el cel s'escardaria fins a trencar-se en 1000 bocins. Alertats per tota aquella cridòria, a l'exterior de la casa s'havien reunit una munió de veïns encuriosits que assenyalaven amb el dit en direcció a la finestra de la casa dels Orpí. «Se'm rebentarà el pompis i tot!» xisclava ella amb els ulls en blanc. «Ai, macatxis, que em moro!» «Bo, no cridis tant, dona, que amb tanta serenata de crits i ruïdo, tot Piera acabarà aquí». «Xxt, no em vinguis amb cuentos, papet», ordenà la dona, «que aquest parto és un verdugo que m'ha de matar». «No t'hi enquimeris, dona, ja veuràs com la criatura sortirà d'un moment a l'altre, fet genio i figúria, i amb bigoti i tot». «I qui te diu a tu, bobo, que ha de ser un xicot?», preguntà la dona, empenyent. «Muller, bé necessitem un hereu que meni les terres, no? Tu només penses en los dineros, sanguijuela, i jo aquí morint-me de dolor. Doncs jo vull una nena i se diria Maria aquí i a la Conchinchina». «Això mai, primer un hereu macho, només faltaria», ordenà el marit. «I se dirà Joan, com mon pare, al cel sia, tant si t'agrada com si no. Si jo et respecto el dolor, almenys respecta'm tu l'herència. Si ens posem en aquest plan, doncs hauries d'avisar totes aquestes fulanes que tens, pus, que per respeto només t'adeus a la teva muller». «No comencis amb la cançoneta de sempre, Eulàlia», bramà el marit, fingint indignació. «Per lo de més, acabem amb aquest assumpte del parto o m'agafarà un cobriment». «Sí, claro. Quan te surto amb el tema de les barjaules que visites quan te vas a Barcelona, treus l'escombra i flis-flas, surts amb un ciri trencat. Marrano! Eulàlia, sisplau, t'ho prego, diga el marit, agenollant-se al costat del llit. Prou de xerrameca i empeny, per l'amor de Déu!
"Push, for the love of God, Eulalia, push!" shouted old Orpí. "This child be driven by the devil, my beloved," she bellowed, the birth being such great torment that she couldn't help dire prognosticating. The woman had flooded the bed with excrement, blood, and other fluids, and was straining her nether regions to get the baby out of her womb once and for all. So loud did she bellow that it seemed the sky would crack and splinter into 1,000 shards. Alerted by the hollering, a throng of curious neighbors had gathered outside the house and were pointing their fingers at the window of the Orpis' home. "Even me bottom is set to explode," she shrieked, her eyes rolling back in her head. "Aye, God's loaves and fishes, I'm dying hither. Come now, woman, don't scream so. Thy serenade of hurtling and shouting shall bring it all Piera here." "Shh, quit thy rubbish talk, Pepette," ordered the woman. "This birth art an executioner come to take me." "Peace, be quiet, woman, prithee. Any moment now he'll be out in the world, a perfect right genius, with a mustache and all. And who would have thou believe my baby art a boy child, big lump?" asked the woman, pushing. "Come now, woman, can't ye see we needs an heir to tend these lands? always with your mind on coin, vile leech. Whilst here I be as dying of excruciating pain. My wish is a girl, and she shall be called Maria, hither, thither, and yon. Over my dead bodikins, firstmost a male heir. It's the least thou canst do, countered her husband, and we shall name him Juan, as my father, who art in heaven, whether thou liketh it or not. I'll respect thine pain, at least respect mine legacy. If that be true, then thou out and warn all those whores of yours, since out of respect thou should liest only with thine wife. Daren't ye commence that old song and dance, Eulalia, bellowed her husband, feigning indignation. Let us get this birth over with, or I'm like to faint. Oh, yea, sure, when I raise the subject of the bawds ye frequent in Barcelona, out comes the broom, and flish, flash, thou changeth up the subject right quick. Ye swine. Eulalia, cry thee mercy, said her husband, kneeling by the bed. Quit gabbering and push, for the love of all that be holy.
Amb aquestes arribà a misses dites la matrona del poble, qui, amb les presses, havia vingut només amb el camisó de dormir posat i les sabatilles d'estar per casa. A veure si s'arranca bé les tranques, mi senyora, ordenava aquesta amb un esgarip macarrònic mentre el marit se santificava. Però tot i els esforços d'aquesta experta en parts naturals i antinaturals, no semblava que aquella nit l'infant hagués de néixer, igual que el temporal no semblava tenir gens de ganes de minvar. Ans al contrari, el cel escopia amb més força que mai la seva fúria. Els núvols entrexocaven amb violència i creaven uns raigs elèctrics brutals que queien sobre la terra esberlant muntanyes, cremant boscos i partint arbres de dos en dos. De tal magnitud era aquella tempesta que un d'aquells llamps anà a caure just a sobre la casa dels Urpí, s'entaforà per la xemeneia, baixar com un cuc còsmic i volímic i sortir veloç per la llar de foc del saló, on hi havia un gos que, colpit al morro per la descàrrega elèctrica, mossegà per pur instint caní un dels criats que estava estirat en un jaç. El noi va fer un bot del dolor i xocar contra una lleixa que hi havia sobre seu, i de la lleixa en caigué una olla que contenia 2.000 reals catalans, 10 maravadís d'or, 30 bilions castellans, 40 morabatins de la barba roja, 8 rals d'ardits, 500 diners, 5 croats, 200 lliures, 11 onzens, 30 trentins i una pila més de diner fals que corria per tot el país en aquella època, una moneda de les quals sortí volant i, traçant una semicircunferència perfecta, anà a parar a la boca de la senyora que estava parint. Detall curiós, en tot aquell procés i concatenació de fets seguits l'un darrere l'altre, els electrons del llampec havien anat traspassant d'objecte en objecte per fregament i la moneda que la dona s'havia passat descarregar electricitat per tot el seu cos, fet aquest que l'ajudà en l'última empenta necessària per tal que, pronunciant un «oh» espantadís, expulsés el nounat de la cova maternal mentre la moneda li sortia pel forat de darrere de manera ultranatural. Plof! Havia nascut Joan Urpí del Pou.
Just then, at the 11th hour, the town midwife rushed in. She was in such a rush that she came wearing just her nightgown and slippers. Let us see if we can't get this here show upon the road, me lady, she barked with a macaronic howl as Eulalia's husband crossed himself. But despite the best efforts of that expert in births, both natural and unnatural, it didn't seem the child would be born that night, nor that the storm had any desire to wane. Quite the contrary, the sky spat out its fury harder than ever, with clouds colliding violently and creating brutal electric jolts that fell upon the earth, cleaving mountains, burning forests, and splitting trees in two. So great was the storm that one of those streaks of lightning fell right atop the Orpí home, hid in the chimney, snaked down like a bulimic cosmic worm, and burst through the fireplace into the living room, where it hit a dog in the snout. The electrical charge set its pure canine instinct into motion, and it bit one of the servants who was stretched out on a straw bed. The young man leapt up from the pane and banged into a shelf above him, and from the shelf fell a pot containing 2,000 Catalan reals, 10 gold maravedis, 30 billion castellanos, 40 of Barbarossa's pfennigs, 8 liards, 500 deniers, 5 croats, 200 pounds, 11 1/3 Trentines, and a bunch of counterfeit money, plentiful as it was throughout the country in that period, of which one coin went flying and, tracing a perfect semicircle, landed in the mouth of the woman giving birth. A curious detail: throughout this entire chain of circumstances, the lightning's electrons had transferred from one object to the next when they touched, and the coin the woman swallowed sent an electric charge through her entire body, helping her with the final push needed for her to expel, with a shy "oh," the newborn from his maternal cave, whilst the coin emerged from her nether slot in a wholly ultra-natural way. Plof. Thus was born Joan Orpí del Po. So that was an entrance into the world of our protagonist, Joan Orpí, who is actually very loosely based on a real historical character. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that, Max?
Right, yeah. So Joan Orpí was a real character who lived in the 17th century, and he was from Catalonia. And he was a lawyer, and then, but he was I guess not a very good lawyer. And then he went to Seville, and then he starts working for the Spanish army and went to the New World. And then after the years, he conquered some part in the jungle in Venezuela, and he named it the New Catalonia and the New Barcelona. But this city didn't prosper, and so Orpí was forgotten by history. Nevertheless, the Barcelona in Venezuela still exists. It's not in the same place that it was founded by Orpí, but still has the same name. And it was a history that I heard from other people, and I started an investigation, and there was a book about him, but it was like a more like a historical book, but there was no many information about Orpí. So I thought, that's a very interesting story. I could make a novel about it. And so I did. But I had to study a lot about the history of 17th century and how the people speak in that time, Catalan and Spanish. And then I decided to make a mix with the language from nowadays, Catalan and Spanish, and the Catalan and Spanish from the 17th century. And so trying to do like a, postmodern novel, recreating that time, but also like ironically recreating that time to speak about the present. No? And so, yeah, that was it. And, but, the novel is mostly the language. Of course, there is the story and there is humor, a lot of humor in this book, but it's all sustained by language. So when it came across to translate this novel by Open Letter Books, the publishing house in the United States, and Mara Litham was the translator, we had a bit of a problem here then how we take this, because there's a lot of slang, modern slang, 17th century slang, neologisms, no? I create also invented words, and so that was so Mara and we had a lot of meetings and cigarettes and beer and coffee and yeah, to try to find out how we're gonna do this, because I mean that was different options on the table on how we're gonna take this translation, right? And so
well, I worked with a lot of different authors, but I think Max is the one who the answer was most often, I don't know, do whatever you want, make it up. So it was a different kind of challenge, because there was, I mean, as you can see from the reading, it's a translation of what he wrote, but there were a lot of moments where I had to just go my own way to also, well, in the introduction by the storyteller of the story, he explains that the descriptions are modernized, but he left the dialogue, and of course there's a lot of anachronisms, which is helpful too. I didn't feel I had to create an accurate, I mean, in fact, I would be doing a disservice if I had created an accurate period voice. But yeah, well, some of it was that I had to understand his intentions before I could defile them.
No, because yeah, my intention at the time to write this novel in the original language was to make a mixed language novel, right? A hybrid, can you say that? Hybrid language. And so there's even Spanglish in the novel, right? So there's all kind of slangs from Venezuela. Like, for example, I also recreate the slang that probably nowadays they speak in Venezuela, you know, and I put it in a 17th century novel. And all these, yeah, it creates like a soup of mixed language. And so when you, Mara, were like sending me emails like, what is this word, what it means, you know, a lot of times I didn't even know, I didn't even remember where I took this word, you know, and it was like, I don't know. I mean, you just invent one, you know. And so I think Mara creates like a really new novel. You know, you're not only the translator of the novel, but also part of an author in the English version, you know. And I think you should be in the cover also because, you know, this is your book, you know, that's my book in Catalan.
Nah.
But this is
No, I would never have come up with a book like
well, yeah.
No offense, but I mean, it takes the mind of Max Besorda, but yeah, it was definitely the most that I've been pushed out of my comfort zone of, you know, it's
that's good, you know. I mean, because it forced you, like it forced me to write this. I also had to force my brain to, you know, fusion all this language, and you know, so you had ultimately the same process, you know. And that's why the readers also, I want to have this impression when you read the book that force you like, wait a minute, this is a modern word, but this is an ancient word, and then they are all together, and that's, you know, that's not possible. But also it's fun because when you, it's the same way when you write a very elitist and you know, intellectual word, and then you put a bad word next to it, and then it creates this shock, you know, like this, and that's, I think that's funny, you know. So I think we made the same with this book, right? And also another important thing was the sense of humor, because, you know, I write humor books, and humor is also very difficult to translate in another language because every culture has its own humor. And if I make a joke in my language, maybe in English, you know, it's not funny, you know. But yeah. but you make it with the translation, you know. You read the translation and wow, it's also fun, you know. And even if it's not in the same words, which, you know, that is also a plus, you know, I think.
Yeah, there was one blurb that we translated that from when the book was originally published here, and someone said, every language deserves at the very least 2 great satirical novels, and this one is so Catalan it hurts. And I love that because there's, you know, a lot of the humor is very scatological, which Catalonia is famous for that. If people don't know about our Christmas customs, you can look it up on Google. These sort of obsessions. I mean, there's one scene that's like, you know, kind of a witch's orgy with all sorts of fluids. that also very culturally specific. So yeah, there's a lot of fun challenges here for sure.
No, and when you do humor, it seems that humor, it's in a very low esteem. People, I mean, the humor novels are often marginalized because it seems that tragedy, it's more superior than humor. But for me, humor is more important because it puts everyone in the same level, right? And I think this book has a lot of this, and it's not a white humor, it's black humor, it's a strong humor, and I think the translation, it's a very accurate version of the original. And so I think the readers, if they like the good sense of humor, they're gonna like this book, I guess. If you don't like humor, then don't open the book.
Yes, if you're easily offended, this might not be the book for you.
But yeah, I think it was a very pleasant time when we translated this book. We had a very great time, and yeah, I think the reader will feel that, will feel that there's a lot of love in these pages, and yeah, they're gonna have fun. So yeah.
So have a look, check it out, buy it where all the finest literature is available, from Open Letter Books, Joan Orpí.
Yeah.
And we want to say thank you to everyone involved in the San Jordi in New York Festival for giving us a chance to read a little bit more from this book and have a little chat.
Thank you very much.
And happy San Jordi, everyone.
Happy San Jordi. Bye.
Bye.
I'm here with my friend Odelia Liu, a fellow writer and translator who I met through Columbia's MFA program. And both of us translate Chinese poetry, but Odelia translates contemporary poetry while I work with classical Chinese poetry. And so we were interested to see how our approaches overlapped and how they were also different. And the poem I wanted to share with you today was originally written 1,000 years ago during the Song Dynasty by Li Qingzhao. She's known today by many people in China as their greatest, most celebrated woman poet, particularly for her works in the genre known as ci, which were composed to the tunes of popular songs in her day. And the two poems I'll read are both set to the tune of Ru Meng Ling. So when I read it in Chinese, you'll notice the rhythms and rhyme schemes of the two are the same.
常记溪亭日暮，沉醉不知归路。兴尽晚回舟，误入藕花深处。争渡，争渡，惊起一滩鸥鹭。昨夜雨疏风骤，浓睡不消残酒。试问卷帘人，却道海棠依旧。知否，知否，应是绿肥红瘦。And now in English. Just a Dream for Li Qingzhao. Don't I think it often, your blurry face by the creek, our pavilions in the dusk. Thrilled to death, we turned our boat, paddled through scattered fronds, and lost our way. Where did we cross? I fought for the oar and heard wings flap in the drunken dark. Night winds like hooves tossed up broken bits of rain. Sleep never eases the crush of wine. When she spreads the curtain, I try my question. She speaks yet. Your crabapple tree looks the same. No, she doesn't know. It must be fully green, just a few petals left. And now Odelia.
Thank you, Kevin. That was wonderful. I remember her as one of my favorite poets, and I remember memorizing both of these poems. Thank you so much for sharing your translation. So in a different vein, my poet's name is called Chen Yanxi. He was born in Shanxi, China in 1970. He's a Chinese worker poet who writes contemporary poetry and essays. He worked as a miner and a blaster for tunnels and migrated all over the country for demolition works for over 16 years. His first poetry collection, Blasting Log, was published in 2019, and Eleanor Goodman was the first to translate some of his works into English in her book, Iron Moon, an anthology of Chinese worker poetry. And there are two poems of him I would like to share with you. One is called 唐人街, and the other is the title poem called Blasting Log. 唐人街早已没有了唐人，陌生者的街巷今天走过我们，街树正落下叶子，像我这一年的过错，所剩已经不多。在一个转角，巨大的牌楼上书着廉耻，这人间早已遗弃之物，与一群褐色的鸽子在高高的大理石上栖息。我有一位要好的朋友，在一些年头里，我一直叫他唐人。我有时候想起他，有时候又把他遗忘。Tangren Town. Tangren Town has long stopped having Tangren. Strangers' alleys travel through us. Trees by the sidewalk are shedding leaves. Little remains like my chance to make another mistake this year. On the corner, the plaque of a towering pilo reads, Shame. Something that the world has long forsaken. Joined by a brown flock of pigeons, it perches high above the marble stone. I have a dear friend. Years ago, I would call her Tangren. I sometimes think of her and sometimes leave her behind. 炸裂制，早晨起来，头像炸裂一样疼。这是大机器的额外馈赠，不是钢铁的错，是神经老了，脆弱不堪。我不大敢看自己的生活，它坚硬、玄黑，有锋镐的锐角，石头碰一碰就会流血。我想告诉你，我在5000米深处打发中年，我把岩层一次次炸裂，借此把一生重新组合。我微小的亲人远在商山脚下，他们有病，身体落满灰尘。我的中年才下多少，他们的晚年就能延长多少。我身体里有炸药3吨，他们是隐性部分。就在昨夜，在他们床前，我岩石一样，轰地炸裂一地。Blasting log. Waking at daybreak with an exploding headache. Another gift from the great machine. It is not the fault of iron and steel, but my aging nerves, too brittle for pain. I am afraid to look at the life I live, hard metallic black, with a jackhammer's acute end. When it touches a rock, it bleeds. I want to let you know I am 5 kilometers deep, squandering middle age. I blast layers of rock over and over to reassemble a life. My minuscule parents at a distant foot of Mount Shang are sick, their bodies covered in ash. How much I trim from my years is how much I can add to theirs. My body carries 3 tons of dynamite, and there are the fuse. Last night by their bed, I became the rock that, in a boom, was blasted into pieces on the ground.
Thank you, Odelia. just to start off our discussion, I was curious, how did you come to Chen Yanxi and his poetry?
I remember it was the summer of 2020. I was watching a Chinese documentary on 6 worker poets called 我的诗篇. It's the verse of us, which is what actually Eleanor Goodman's book is based on. And among the 6 poets that I featured, Chen Yanxi caught my attention the most. The style of his language is very simple and unique, like colloquial sometimes. And you can sense like a powerful energy in some of his poems, and almost as if they have a life on their own, especially the 炸裂 poem. There's a kind of explosive energy that really resembles what he does for a living. So after that, I looked for more of his poems online, and I was really captivated by his perspective, his ways of seeing, and just his personality. And even though there is a huge gap between our experiences, I really resonate with the emotions and nostalgia he holds, and just had this sudden urge that I really want to translate his poems. And also, since many people have the preconception that blue-collar workers do not know how to appreciate beauty or write beautiful poems, I think an essential part of my job is to disrupt this very class-oriented, very institutionalized idea of how one ought to create and appreciate art. And through translating his poems, I want to show that one does not have to have a higher education to express what they feel through words and verses and do it successfully. So I got really lucky. I found his contact on WeChat. I asked him if he was interested in his works being translated into English. He was very kind and very glad, very generous about it. And I do have a question for you too. And based on what I know of your work, since I remember reading some of your drafts for the ancient Chinese poems, and it is in a way very similar to your own diaspora experience. And so I wondered, since when have you become interested in translating ancient Chinese poetry? So what's your relationship to the poems like?
Right. I think this is a common experience for a lot of people who were educated in China. You learn these poems as a child in elementary school and memorize them. And I think back then there were just mysterious things that I didn't really understand, but they were explained to me in this really, I guess, textbook way. And I guess those interpretations are sanctioned by the state, since those textbooks were also coming from like publishing houses in Beijing. And after that, after I came to the US, I still had the poems, and I still remembered lines from them, or my parents would recite them in their daily conversations, almost like idioms. So I became interested in coming back to them after I had read a lot in English, and after I started reading other translations of Chinese poetry. I wanted to complicate that tradition of English translations of classical Chinese poetry. And I also want my translations to reflect where I am now in this in-between space between these two imperial languages, and to reflect what I read and also expand what's possible in English. So I was curious how you have this balance between form, the way the poem looks and sounds, and meaning in your translation. I'm sure we both have similar and different approaches for that.
Yeah, I think this is a really common question, especially when it comes to translating poetry. And balancing is certainly a difficult thing to do, and they usually decide based on the poet's motivation behind each moment. If the structure itself is meant to draw attention to the 诗眼, which is like a key image or line that sums up the quintessence of the poem, then I would definitely try to maintain the structure. For example, by using multiple enjambments, or extending, say, like the last line of the blasting log, for example, so it sticks out and draws attention. But most of the time, I attempt to consider the meaning and sentimentality first, so that what's on the page could be as accessible and as it is truthful and authentic to the reader's experience. And sometimes having a rigid form could kind of compromise that. And especially when it considers like Chen Yanxi does not really use a lot of fancy vocabulary. And it makes sense considering like the community he's from and the community he's trying to build. So in this case, the grandiose word choices or like the complicated syntax structures would have shut out many fellow workers, as well as audiences from underprivileged and underrepresented backgrounds. So I think making his voice the pivot point of all the human emotions and experiences that are introduced is more crucial to me than like having every line be the same with the original. Yeah, and what you said really reminds me of like a concern that I have when I think of translating Tangshi Songci, which is that they tend to have a really standard structure. And how do you resolve translating, like you said, the rhyme scheme, the meter, the symmetry in each poem? And for example, I saw that you deployed like different methods to translate 争度, and 知否. I think you're muted, Kevin.
Oh, you're so right. Okay, my bad. I was just gonna share screen and take a look at what Odelia was talking about. The line in question is 争度, and I translated it as where did we cross? I fought for the oar. And the way I came to that was, so you could translate this using also a repetitive word in English that imitates that rhythm, like crossing through. But I didn't feel like this was that kind of poem. And in classical Chinese, this zheng is similar to the word zima, the zin. It means how, or it's like an exclamation. So it's an adverb that then modifies this du, which means to ferry or to cross. And so I wanted to convey both the sense of the speaker wondering how they got home that night, but also zheng in contemporary usage is far more likely to be interpreted as struggle or to fight. So I think I saw an opportunity to have this sense that the speaker and her lover were fighting for the oar playfully in the boat. And so I added that piece, I fought for the oar, and that leads nicely to the final line where their roughhousing startles a flock of herons. It's the same choice for 知否. And the way I did that one is no, she doesn't know. It just gives a sense of the relationship between the speaker and the person rolling up the curtain. I had a similar question for you. It's your choice to translate 唐人. So it's in the title of the poem 唐人街, and 唐人街 is typically translated as Chinatown. And that it's the same Tang as Tang Dynasty. And then every time that word comes up again, it is translated into Romanized Pinyin Tangren and capitalized. So I was curious how you made that decision, and it made me think too how no Mandarin Chinese speaking person would actually call themselves Tangren. So it is kind of an absurd concept.
Yeah, this is a choice that I had a lot of fun deciding on. So the concept of Chinatown, at least the English translation of the Chinatown, is kind of a new concept in English. The word is coined, I think, in mid-19th century. Yeah, and whereas the word 唐人 has been used for thousands of years in China, and different from 中国人 or 华人, it doesn't necessarily mean Chinese like these two words do. And if you think about it, even the word Chinese could be so vague considering how the history of China's geography keeps shifting through time. But you're right about the absurdness of 唐人, since it's more archaic in colloquial language, like newer generation just doesn't call Chinatown 唐人街. And it also refers to Tang people, like the Tang dynasty. I think one of the main reasons I chose to keep the romanization is that Tangren on the tongue has this poetic impression of endearment to it. It also sounds really beautiful. And since it is bizarre to refer to a friend as Chinese, I decided to sacrifice the familiar term of Chinatown and replace it with Tangren Town. In this way, I hope to keep to be faithful to the tenderness of this address while still keeping town as hopefully a visible clue for Chinatown. And yeah, I think
that'll make the reader do some work on their own if they don't have the Chinese, and I'm all for that.
Exactly.
There is another choice you make in 炸裂记, in the second poem that you read. There's this line toward the end. The speaker seems to be standing in front of his parents' bed. 在他们床前我原是一样. So 一样 is like, I was like a rock, but you translated that as became the rock. And I was wondering what went into that decision.
That's a really good question, because before you mentioned that, I actually didn't think of just literally translate that line. Now I'm thinking of the different possibility of like rephrasing the sentence. So I was the rock, or I was like the rock that in a boom was blasted into pieces on the ground. I think the two was there could be a little bit clunky. And I think the impression that this line gives me is that the poet did not actually draw the parallel between him and the rock he blasts until that particular moment, which is actually an occasion that he didn't specifically explain in the poem, and other people wouldn't know. It was that night that Chen Yanxi learned that his mother was diagnosed with esophagus cancer, and it was at terminal period. So there was all of a sudden a lot of responsibility on him, taking care of the whole family, on top of already having a half paralyzed father. So I think became, so the verb comes off like stronger in this last line of the stanza, preparing the reader before the movement, the motion of blasting at the end. Yeah, so that's how I decided to go with that. And I think we're almost at time. So this is, what's coming is the last but not least question, which a lot of translators like to offer, and a lot of people like to ask translators, is what's your translation process like?
For this poem, well, it starts from deciding which poem to translate, and that's a huge, often political choice. When I read this poem for a translation project more than a year ago, in the original Chinese, there was just this emotional space that opened up inside of me. And what's really important in my translations, what I prioritize, is the emotional effect and how it could speak to my experience in between English and Chinese. So I would just give it a first shot with a first draft and then put it aside, sometimes for months, and then come back. And I would also maybe consult my mother and how she remembers the poem, what she thinks about the decisions I made. And Chinese encyclopedias are huge. I would go to them and read their interpretations of the poem, like how you translate the ancient Chinese into modern Chinese, looking at the way Chinese people online talk about the poem in online forums, kind of like Yahoo Answers, and seeing how the poem still stands as a popular object, what lines really stick with people, what lines are going to be inscribed in boardrooms. And for Li Xingzhao specifically, I read a book by Ronald Egan. He's an East Asian scholar, and the book is called The Burden of Female Talent. It's a really fascinating work on how readers across history since Li Xingzhao wrote this poem have interpreted her poem and the story of her life based on what they wanted her to do for them. And I really appreciated Egan's conclusion, which is that we need to see her life on her own terms. And yeah, other than that, I consult the dictionary, of course, and read other books of translation in English and lit mags and anthologies, and I get feedback from other poets or just other Chinese speakers. And I'll bounce this question back to you. How do you translate? What is your process from beginning to end?
First of all, I want to echo you on the like your usage by doing online forums. I definitely rely on that a lot, especially because Chen Yanxi use a lot of professional terminology such as a tool, miners and demolitionists often use, and I also use the by doing online forums and Wikipedia to learn more about the historical and literary references that he deployed in the poems. So for my process, I'm still experimenting and trying to find a process that works for me. But for the first draft, I usually have the original by my side when I do a really rough first draft and without thinking too much about how to refine it. And then I do a second draft where I play with all the potential word choices, syntaxes, tenses, rhythms, and then let it sit for a while, for weeks, for months. And I like to do my third draft on paper, where I will copy the previous draft down as I read over it, make more revisions, check whether the translation flows, and whether the choices foreignization and domesticization are what I like them to be. For example, in the case of Tangren Town, whether I should translate it as Tangren or Chinatown, and also ask a poet friend to read it for me. Yeah, and sometimes there are more drafts between this one and the final version, but it is really a case-by-case basis. And yeah, I think in your case, something that I'm really jealous of is that you have a whole community of the previous translators and people translating with you, and it's not a really solitary process. Whereas I feel like in my case, I have kind of a lot of weight on my shoulder, translating it for some of his poems for the first time. But the good thing is, the perk of my poet being alive is just that I can just go ahead and ask him, and he's been really friendly and responsive. So yeah, really appreciate that.
Yeah, I will say that you're also shining a light on a voice in that's existing in our present moment, and that's something I get frustrated with, which is why I do also turn to living poets as well. But it's certainly true that for these ancient poets, they've been translated many times, and so I think I could do more experimental things with how I represent the work. And with that, thank you all so much for watching, and I hope everyone keeps reading, writing, and translating.
So welcome everyone to today's presentation, which is on the Heart Mountain Bungay, translations of Japanese poetry from a US concentration camp. So my name is Callie Stussy. I am the museum manager for the Heart Mountain Wyoming Foundation. And we are a foundation that is dedicated to preserving the history of and educating people about the Heart Mountain Camp in northwestern Wyoming. So for a bit of historical background, all right, so when the Japanese Empire attacked Pearl Harbor and brought the United States into World War II, there was a massive backlash against the Japanese immigrant and Japanese American population living in the United States, and particularly on the West Coast. So ultimately what happened is that the leadership of the United States decided to remove all people of Japanese heritage from this area. And Japanese heritage in this case was defined as having at least one great-great-grandparent who had been Japanese. So you have about 120,000 people who were rounded up from their homes and ultimately sent to one of 10 confinement camps in the interior of the country. So just as a side note here, you may have noticed the use of the term concentration camp. At the time, that's what these camps were often called by most people. And by technical definition, that's what these camps were, places where people were concentrated and confined based on their ethnicity. Unfortunately, in the years since World War II, the term concentration camp has become very closely associated with the Holocaust. And so today, many people are uncomfortable with calling the Japanese American camps concentration camps. So you will hear terms like confinement site, internment site, incarceration. There's no real consensus in what to call these. And in fact, if you go back, many people called them concentration camps, but there was some discomfort with the term even then. So for example, the official name of the Heart Mountain site was the Heart Mountain Relocation Center. The name Heart Mountain came from a solitary mountain to the west of the camp that was the primary landmark in the area around the camp. Heart Mountain was the 4th largest of the 10 camps. It had a total of 14,000 people confined there over the course of 3 years. It never had that many at any one time. The maximum population at any one time was 10,767 people. But for a sense of scale, that still made it the 3rd largest city in Wyoming at the time. Heart Mountain is most famous for the organization called the Fair Play Committee. So the draft was eventually instituted in these camps, and a number of the young Japanese American men said, you know, we don't want to answer the draft unless you clarify our status as citizens. The Fair Play Committee was the only organized draft resistance movement in the camps. And in fact, the photo here is of the trial of 63 young men all at once, largest mass trial in Wyoming history, for draft evasion, for which they were convicted and sentenced to 3 years. So this particular event is the most famous of Heart Mountain, and it's one that unfortunately has been a very divisive issue. It was divisive at the time, and that issue has continued on into the present. Heart Mountain was known for other things, though. Most particularly, it had a very vibrant arts community. In part, this is because Heart Mountain benefited from getting a number of very successful artists and artist communities from the Los Angeles area who were sent to Heart Mountain. So there were a lot of painters, sketchers, and many of them set up classes and taught while they were here. What's less well known is that Heart Mountain also had a vibrant Japanese literature community. For much the same reason. They happened to get a number of successful writers and editors from the West Coast communities who were sent to Heart Mountain. And this included a number of experts in Japanese language literature forms, like haiku, senryu, tanka, forms like that. So in 1943, a number of these writers got together and started to toss around the idea of publishing a magazine for these Japanese language literature clubs and also for the independent writers in the community. And so ultimately in January of 1944, the Heart Mountain Bungei debuted. So Bungei is a Japanese language word that means arts and literature. So the title of the magazine was Heart Mountain Arts and Literature, if fully translated. This is a magazine that had all sorts of poetry, both traditional Japanese poetry and non-traditional. It included essays that ranged from philosophy to arts and literature criticism, and a number of short stories, both fiction and nonfiction. And these short stories often focused on the life in the camps. So in addition to the literary value of what was written in these magazines, they also represent a very unique resource in terms of the life and experiences and thoughts of the Japanese-speaking population in these camps, which is hugely important because most research on the history of these camps is done in English. And so the Japanese-speaking population can often get lost to many people. However, in 2009, the Heart Mountain Wyoming Foundation received a donation that included 5 of the 6 issues of the Heart Mountain Bungei. And then at the beginning of this year, our foundation received a grant through the Japanese embassy related to projects that covered Japanese immigration and Japanese culture in the United States. And so we decided to use that grant in part to begin translating the Heart Mountain Bungei. As this was a massive project with a number of obstacles, this included the sheer volume of literature to be translated, as well as a very short time frame, and also the wide variety of genres and of topics that were covered. However, thanks in large part to the heroic efforts of the translators working on this project, very soon we are going to be able to make available for the English-speaking public, for the first time, this source of Japanese American literature. But today, you're going to get a sneak preview of some of that literature because Kenji and Lisa, who are 2 translators from this project, have agreed to talk today about their experiences with translating this poetry and also to cover some of their favorite pieces. So thank you for joining us, Kenji and Lisa. I will go ahead and turn it over to you.
Thanks so much, Callie.
Thank you, Callie. I'm going to give a little bit of background about the poetry scene in LA and a little bit about myself as an introduction. So my name is Kenji Liu, and I'm a poet, a multilingual writer. And last year, at the beginning of the pandemic, I started working in Little Tokyo in Los Angeles, and I was given access to a lot of Issei first-generation Japanese language literature and poetry in the archives of the Japanese American Cultural and Community Center. And I started translating some of that stuff and grew really fascinated with it and realized that there was this rich history of Japanese language literature in Los Angeles. So during the 1920s and 30s, some who study the subject consider that period to be the golden age of Japanese language literature in the United States. And in Los Angeles, there were a bunch of literary clubs that were very active. They published poems in the Rafu Shimpo newspaper. They published literary journals, multi-genre literary journals. They published poetry collections from individual writers. They had salons, they had retreats. And so it's much like, you know, any literary community today. And in Los Angeles also, there is an interesting kind of separate tradition of senryu poems. And senryu is similar to haiku in construction in terms of how many syllables it has. But unlike haiku, senryu can be more about everyday life, kind of ironic and humorous. And so I was really interested in translating the senryu from Heart Mountain, partly because so many people in Heart Mountain were from LA, but also because senryu was likely to give a very strong picture of what people thought about their everyday conditions in Heart Mountain. But in LA, just to mention, there was a long tradition of senryu that the Southern California Gardeners Federation, when internees returned to LA after the war, a lot of times work was scarce or they were being discriminated against. And so many Japanese and Japanese Americans turned to gardening. In their kind of gardener association newsletters and magazines, they published senryu about their everyday lives as gardeners, basically tending to the yards of LA's wealthy. So it's very interesting reading. I'll turn it over to Lisa for a second because I mentioned Senryu and Lisa translated a lot of haiku. So go for it, Lisa.
Sure, thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Lisa Hoffman-Kuroda. I don't have as much of a background in Japanese American literature specifically, but I finished my PhD in Japanese literature a few years ago. So I was really interested to work on this project just because I'm always interested in Japanese language literature written in the diaspora. The Heart Mountain Bunge was so interesting to work on, in part because there were so many different kinds of materials in there relating to the literary arts. As Kenji talked about, there were poetic forms such as senryu. A lot of the poetry that I translated was in the genre of what's called tanka and also haiku. Haiku probably being the most familiar form to English-speaking audiences. But in addition to that, there were also essays, kind of literary essays in the collection. There were satirical, humorous essays. There were even some pieces of literary criticism and even kind of like scientific writing. So it really spanned the gamut. And it was just really fascinating to look at all of the kinds of things that were produced in the camps. The stuff that I'm going to talk about and read from today is the poetry that I translated, which was a large part of what I translated. And so I wanted to just say a little bit about the forms of tanka and haiku, because some folks may not be familiar with what those mean. So I'll start a little bit with tanka, I guess maybe a little bit less well known to people in the English speaking world. Tanka it literally means a short poem. And it originated actually, it's a form that's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years old. It originated actually in another collection of poetry in Japan called the Mayoshu, which was written in the 8th century. Tanka meant a short poem, and it was distinguished from choka, which was a longer poem. Eventually, a couple hundred years later, there was another poetry collection published called the Kokinshu, also very famous. And starting then sort of forward, the short form, the tanka, kind of became more privileged as the dominant form in Japanese poetry, often referred to as waka, Japanese classical poetry. So the form of the tanka is basically a 5-7-5-7-7, and those numbers refer to the syllable, roughly the syllable count of the poems, which is how Japanese poetry was composed by syllables, not by rhyme or line breaks or anything like that. So yeah, that's kind of the history of the tanka. The haiku is surprisingly, folks might not know, it's actually much more modern than the tanka. Its origin has to do with another classical form of poetry called renga, which originated in the medieval period. And the very first, renga was actually a collective form of poetry in which a lot of poets would get together in a circle and kind of one person would start a verse, and then another person would kind of like spontaneously create another verse on top of that, and so on and so on and so on. There were rules to it, but it was also quite improvisational. So anyway, the first link in that renga sequence was called the hokku. And in the late 19th, early 20th century, as Japanese literature was modernizing, that first opening link, the hokku, that was kind of turned into its own form. And that is what we now think of as the haiku. And it's very short, right? It's actually just a 5-7-5 syllable count. So it's very, very short. Anyway, I just wanted to sort of give you an overview of that because the poetic forms that Japanese Americans were working with and writing in these camps had a really, really, really long history. And they were drawing on the sort of intertextual tradition of that history and kind of using it to fit the Heart Mountain, Wyoming landscape. And they were incorporating, things that they found and saw in Wyoming with this kind of longer Japanese poetic tradition. I'll turn it back to you, Kenji.
Thanks. So now we're just gonna read some of our favorite poems from what we translated, and we'll have a discussion of them. So I'll start with the Senryu. The Senryu that I translated from the Heart Mountain Bunge was really interesting. A lot of it was very, a lot of emotions being conveyed within a very short, sentence or very short poem, as is the case with haiku as well. these were being written pretty soon after I think the writers had been incarcerated at Heart Mountain. So they were, writing about their feelings. And so, for example, we have one from Yoshida Seiko, and in Japanese it goes, Sumi nareta goro o warete ha toyama. And in English, I translated it to had just settled, then chased away, Heart Mountain. And then another one from Yoshida Seiko, 40年続けた日記焼いて立ち. So in English, a 40-year-old diary burned, departure. So you can see that a lot of times if we learn about the Japanese American internment, we hear, oh, yeah, they only had a certain number of days to really prepare to be interned. And what some people don't know is that there was a lot of economic loss and a lot of material loss because they only had a short amount of time and they could only bring what they could carry, as the famous line goes. So these senryu, to me, are really reflective of that. And just to imagine somebody with a diary that they've been writing for 40 years and then they burn it before they go, because the government is probably looking to find evidence, quote unquote, of their disloyalty or whatever it might be. One other one that's kind of in that theme, and I should mention that if I'm reading any of the kanji incorrectly, I apologize, because some of this old kanji is really hard for me to decipher, and so I had to consult my father. So hopefully everything's correct. So there's another senryu, and it goes, this one's from Nishida Kiichi, and it goes, Rinkan ni iken mo arao tenjuchi. So relocated to Fort Lincoln, they must have their own opinion. And this one was interesting to translate because, and this is probably the same, and this is a question I have for Lisa as well. You have to have a certain amount of background knowledge about the internment experience, but also the specific locations, geographically, the cities, and then also places like Fort Lincoln in this poem is a specific military, I don't know if you call it a base, but just a military location where some people who, if they protested or if they had an opinion that the government administrators didn't like, they were probably imprisoned there. And so this poem is interesting to me for a number of reasons. One, which is that it was allowed to be printed, because I think Callie had said at one point in another discussion that they did have censorship. So I think that's an interesting piece of these poems as well too, because they were written in Japanese. And so I wonder if that allowed people to express things that they might not have been able to express in English. And so I'm curious, Lisa, with your poems, did you find that people were able to express things that you think maybe were unpopular, or that the censors might have overlooked, or maybe they just kind of got away with things by writing in Japanese and expressing things in kind of a subtler form?
Yeah, that's really interesting. I definitely there was definitely a range of emotions expressed in the poetry that I translated, which I found really fascinating. And some of them expressed just pain and sorrow and loss. And some of them expressed just simple everyday joys, trying to make beauty out of what they could, out of this really horrible circumstance. But then again, when I think about, the forms of haiku and tanka and the tradition behind them, it's rarely the case that you say things directly, right, in Japanese poems, and it's part of the tradition of the poetry that you don't. And a lot of times what's really interesting with the poems is that they don't even have a subject, just grammatically. And so you're really translating a very intensely subjective experience without a defined subject, right? And so I think it's just part of the form that you wouldn't say things super directly, but those sentiments might be expressed in an indirect way through the use of images, through the use of references. And I think it's the case that because many of them were very, very educated and were drawing on a longer tradition, you may not pick up on those sentiments unless you understand the references, unless you understand that, this word is associated with fall, is associated with sorrow, these things, right? So it would have been difficult, I think, for camp administrators to decipher on many levels, right? Not just the language, but also the tradition behind it.
Why don't you go ahead and share some of the poems you translated?
Yeah, sounds great. Okay, so let's see. So I am going to start with a couple of haiku, and then I will go into a couple of tanka. You might be able to hear the difference between them, but you might not. A tanka is just slightly longer than haiku, but again, they're both very short poetic forms. So the first few I'm going to read have to do with just bare landscape kind of description, which I really enjoyed translating because they gave me a really vivid sense of what it felt like to be in this camp. So the first one is by Sayuki Ijo, and it says in Japanese, "Ippen no kumo yogore sezu ten takashi." I translated this as a streak of cloud, spotless, the tall sky. Another one is by Ozaki Kazuye, and it says in Japanese, "Hatomine no ura no akane ya toriwataru." I translated this as a bird sails through the reddening sky beyond Heart Mountain. And then the last one by Fujioka Muin, "Sune ara wa kitakaze fukumichi yuku musume ra yo." I really like this one a lot. It says, "North wind blowing on bare shins, girls hurry down the road." So yeah, translating lots and lots of these, a lot of the sense I came away with was that people were just really cold a lot of the time. I mean, Wyoming is really cold. I lived in the Midwest for a year. It's just kind of flat and bare, and there's like these winds that come through, right? And there's no trees to stop the wind. And apparently, according to records, the year that the Japanese Americans got to the camps, it was one of the coldest records ever in the history of Wyoming. So you can imagine that the provisions were not great. And so a lot of these poems really just register the physical sense of the landscape. And I really, really liked those. I'll share just a couple more. There were also, and these were tanka, but there were ones that really conveyed just sorrow and hopelessness, and a sort of the sense of a will and a spirit sort of being broken down, not even knowing when they would be released, not knowing when they'd get to see their family members again. So I'll just share a couple of those to give you a sense of them. The first one is by Tsukahira Kikue, who lived in block number 28. In the collection, it has their name, what block they lived in. You can see probably from the picture that Callie shared, right? The living quarters were all in these sort of blocks, right? So they were kind of identified by their block number. This one says, "Waga ukara tanomu nikoku no ai tataka de sabishiki haru san tabi koenu." This one says, "They keep claiming our relatives, these two countries at war. Meanwhile, 3 sad springs have passed." This one is by Uchida Shizuka from block number 14. "Evacuation no omoide nokoru, kono nimotsu tokeba natsukashi, waga ie no nioi." Memories of evacuation linger in the smell of home as I unpack my suitcase. And the last one, "Shiwabuki shiwabukite, yasui moranu hito wa ware, futo mezametaru byōshitsu no yahan." Sorry, I forgot to mention, this is by Yamaterada Tsuruko. "No sleep arrives for the pitiful one who coughs and coughs in the hospital. I lie awake in the dead of night." So a few of the poems mention there's a hospital ward, right? And so they'd be sent there when they were ill. you get a sense of kind of the desolateness and the pain of, you know, opening the suitcase that you've brought to camp and just smelling home that you can't go back to. A lot of them also talk about Nikoku, the two countries, right? They're kind of caught between America and Japan, warring with each other, and they're sort of just confined in the space, not knowing when it's going to be over. Did you want to, just chat a little bit about what it was like to translate these poems, like challenges that you ran into when translating them? I mean, I know that I definitely struggled through a lot of it, but yeah, curious what your experience was like.
Yeah, yeah, these were hard. Partly because my familiarity with the older kanji or like my own kind of fluency was limiting to me, but also the construction of the senryu just so contained, and there's so much in that one contained space that sometimes it was hard for me to even just figure out what the grammar was of like what was this referring to and what was doing what to what and that kind of thing, which is already kind of challenging anyway in Japanese if you're trying to translate into English, but then in such a contained space like this, it was harder. And I think also, and I guess this is a question for you too, since you translated haiku, you know, since haiku often has this structure of having not just the kigo or the seasonal references, but also the kind of like the, what is it called? The kind of like the point where the poem turns, the cutting point.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How did you translate that? You know, like we end up having to use English, you know, punctuation and things like that. So I'm curious how you handled that.
Yeah. Yeah, it was really difficult. Well, I mean, one thing is that Japanese haiku and tanka is written as all one line. And even though there are internal divisions within the poem of the 5-7-5, 7-7, etc., for a Japanese reader, you would just be expected to intuit those breaks by the syllable counts, right? And so those breaks aren't visually distinguished. And so usually when English translators translate haiku or tanka into English, they will take those syllable breaks and break them into line breaks, right? Because English readers are, it looks more poem-y to an English reader, right? The English readers are used to seeing poems with line breaks. I chose not to do that. I translated it all as one line because I don't know, I kind of just liked the aesthetic of it. And I think that, you know, when you're reading the Japanese, like the images come in a certain order, and I wanted to try and preserve that as much as possible. Even when it was, you know, sometimes it was difficult because the grammar is so different, but I think it matters the order that you get the images as you're reading the poem. And I wanted them to all kind of flow one into the other rather than artificially imposing these line breaks from a poetic tradition that's not this. So yeah, I kept all of those. But obviously, yeah, there's things that you always have to compromise on, including, right, these seasonal words, kigo, kireji, these things in Japanese are really important because certain words don't mean what they seem to mean. If you're a reader of Japanese poetry, specifically classical poetry, you're just supposed to know that, you know, tears on a sleeve mean, you know, fall and things like this. Like, so you obviously can't convey that in English. And it's just like, you just have to say the word. So I don't know. Yeah, I definitely feel like I had to make concessions, but I also tried to, at least in the form, preserve the kind of string of images in one line because I really like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I think we're coming up on time, but why don't I just share one or two more short poems that I think were kind of funny, and then maybe you can share the funny ones, and then we'll close it out.
That sounds great.
I have this one from Kurihara Chikusui. Yamayagi kusa o chain no nagasa ni kuimawari zeitaku ga sugite. So that one is, the goat eats grass in a circle at the length of his chain, too luxurious. So I love that one. And then the second one I have is by Ito Tokuo. And that one reads, Hitomae de suneru, tsuyomi o ko wa satori. Pouting in public, the child realizes its power. So yeah, my dad enjoyed that one. He was like, he recognized, everyone knows how to make their pouty face. Yeah. How about you?
Yeah, I'll just share one more too. That's like to end on a sort of a brighter note. Yeah, some of these poems really capture just kind of brief moments of joy that people found despite the circumstances, which I found really moving. This one is by Oana Min from Block 29. It says, Yoku warau ouna no arite, buraku no randori room, kesa o nigiwashi. The old lady in the laundry room lighting up the morning with laughter. So I guess we'll close it out there. And maybe Callie, you can come back on and help us wrap this up.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you both for the work that you have done on this project. And also, this is a thank you to all of the translators who have been doing this. As you've had a chance to see from what Kenji and Lisa have said, there is so much in this poetry that it really takes a lot of skill to be able to tackle something like this. And I really appreciate that both of you agreed to come out and talk about this project a little. For everyone else, this translation project, the end goal is that all of these translations will be available online. It will be available through the Foundation's website, which is www.heartmountain.org. And the goal here is to make it publicly available so that everyone can really get a chance to see and experience the literature that came out of these camps and the Heart Mountain camp in particular. And with that, I think we're going to wrap it up. So thank you all for coming and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello and welcome. I'm Corinne Taktiris, prose translation editor at the Massachusetts Review. The Mass Review is so pleased to host this reading that features translations of works from across Asia, translated from Asian languages, translated by Asian translators, recently published or forthcoming in our pages. Our first reader will be Mirgul Ghali, reading from her translation from Kazakh of Fire by Mukhtar Bakhawan, published in our summer 2020 issue. Mirgul Ghali translates from her native Kazakh. Her translations of short stories by classic and contemporary Kazakh writers have appeared in Tupelo Quarterly, Electric Literature, Exchanges, the Massachusetts Review, and other publications. She is a recipient of the 2018-2019 American Literary Translators Association's Emerging Translator Mentorship. Mukhtar Bakhawan is one of the most important contemporary Kazakh writers of the older generation. Born in 1940 in Eastern Kazakhstan, he published his first short stories in literary magazines in the early 1960s. A literary scholar and historian, he studied and wrote extensively about early Kazakh literature. Bakhawan has written many short stories, novellas, and novels, most of which explore the Kazakh national identity through characters living through the times of great uncertainty or upheaval in cultural, social, and political life. He received the Kazakh State Award in Literature, the biannual prize for an outstanding work of fiction in 1984, as well as the title of the Kazakh National Writer in 1996. And now, Mirgul.
Thank you, Karim. I'm going to read a short passage from a novel by the cult Kazakh writer Mukhtar Bakhawan. It tells the story of a traditional musician who finds himself unable to practice his art during the early years of the Soviet rule. In this passage, the protagonist, Toksaba, who had just got married, is returning home with his young wife and a group of friends and relatives. The path through the mountains led into a narrow serpentine ravine with dense forests of birch and poplar on both sides. A caravan of 9 camels, loaded with bridal dowry and accompanied by a couple dozen men and women on horseback, slowly made its way along the rocky trail, now ascending steadily, now dipping abruptly downhill. The sun, that had only recently been seen high overhead, occasionally peeked between the stark gray hilltops, which crowded and clambered on top of one another. At times, the sun hid behind them, and shadows fell on the canyon walls, turning them deep green. Only the pale bark of the tall birch trees, slender and close-set, shone dimly in the dark. Toxaba, riding in the middle of the procession, kept turning to look at his bride. At their wedding, he had not played the traditional meek and modest bridegroom, courting the in-laws, and had made timid Zauresh uncomfortable with his bold displays of affection. She had covered her blushing face with her hand and whispered, "Please, Toxaba, stop. People are looking." She had seemed to be telling him to save it for when they were alone. And although they were still not alone, she had become more carefree, even brash at times, since leaving her native Aul. She caught up with Toxaba and, leaning against him, showered his face with breathless kisses. Pressed against Toxaba's bold-faced dawn stallion, her sprightly bay horse had to slow down on the sling rocky path. At the top of the next peak, they caught a glimpse of the blazing red sky between a 2-humped hill ahead of them. Toxaba threw a glance at Zauresh and saw her pull the reins. Her lips parted slightly and a shadow passed over her bright face. "What is that?" she said. Toxaba turned around. A cloud of smoke rose from behind Marzakhan, the highest point of the pass. The caravan halted. "Looks like a wildfire," said one of the men. "It's July. The grass gets so dry it easily catches fire. Let's hurry. We need to get to the valley before sundown." When they reached the top of the ridge at Marzakhan and started downhill, they saw that not only the base of the mountains, but the entire valley was ablaze. The billowing clouds of smoke rose in the west and east, wherever the eye turned. The foothills ahead of them were burning too, and it looked like the fire had begun working its way into the mountains. It seemed to be moving especially quickly toward the narrow canyon, hedged on both sides by thick shrubbery, and the travelers realized that if they kept going, they would soon run into it. A gray veil of smoke shrouded the sky, illuminated by the setting sun. When the smell of burning wood reached their nostrils, the camels began snorting and balking, and the older members of the party started praying loudly. Some of them suggested turning the caravan around, but Toxaba, who was intimately familiar with the area, spoke against it. He knew that the rapidly spreading fire would quickly catch up with them. Further ahead, where the ravine took a dip, there was a mountain ship trail that climbed along the side of a ragged brown wall of the gorge toward the thinning woods above. The caravan followed Toxaba, hurrying toward its only escape route. The scattered group of men, women, and animals reached the trailhead and began working their way up the meandering single-track path. When the first members of the party had made it to a wide, flat terrace cut into a precipitously rising slope, a couple of the rearmost camels were still at the lower part of the hill. The fire was drawing near, and Toxaba and other men quickly jumped off their horses and tumbled down the hill. A heavy load on the last camel tipped, and the animal halted, teetering on the edge of a rock. One of the men rushed to get hold of the camel, while the others hastily tightened the ropes that held the bales on its back. "Cut it," Toxaba yelled. "Cut it, I said." The men looked at him in confusion. Toxaba pulled them aside and, pulling his knife out of its sheath, began slashing the ropes, securing the load. A large wooden chest inlaid with bone and golden wire was the first to go. Filled with expensive china that was a part of the bride's dowry, it rattled as it bounced down the hill and soon disappeared in the flames below. The bale on the other side went next, This one didn't roll down the slope. Landing awkwardly on its side, it became lodged in the hollow of the path. Toksaba cracked his whip, and the large male camel, bewildered by the sudden unburdening and the proximity of the fire, ran up the hill in a wide, gawky stride. It jogged past the flat area where the rest of the party had been waiting, and bellowing loudly, continued up the hill. The men followed, crawling on all fours, slipping and stumbling. Everyone was safe now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mirgul. Our next reader will be Muhammad Shafiqul Islam, reading from his translation from Bengali of The Color of Death by Selina Hossain, published in our fall 2020 issue. Muhammad Shafiqul Islam, poetry editor at Reckoning, is the author of 2 poetry collections, most recently Inner State, published at Daily Star Books, and translator of Humayun Ahmed's selected short stories and aphorisms of Humayun Azad. In February 2017, he was poet in residence at the Anuvad Arts Festival in India, and his poetry and translations have appeared in a number of journals, and his work has been anthologized in several books. He's currently at work on a few translation projects and is associate professor of English at Shahjahal University of Science and Technology in Sylhet, Bangladesh. Selina Hossain is an eminent storyteller of Bengali literature, the author of a great number of novels and stories with varied themes, including women's life, poverty, rural life, solitude, alienation, and urban complexities. There are about 40 novels and more than a dozen short story collections to her credit. Hossain is among the most best-known writers of contemporary Bengali literature. She is also an editor and founder of Priyalara Foundation and the recipient of many prestigious awards. So over to you, Shafiq.
Thank you so much, Corinne. Good evening to everyone from Bangladesh. I'm going to read the story today that is titled The Color of Death, and it's one of the famous stories by Selina Hossain, and the tone is a bit dark, and I'm going to read a few pages of the story. Hamid's wife has been in the hospital for 2 days at the gynae ward of the medical college. No indication for delivery yet. At times she feels a little pain, not so severe though. If asked, the nurse says that the doctor will wait a day more. Otherwise, she will need an operation. Operation? As soon as Hamid hears it, he puts his hand into his pocket. Garment factories are closed. Jobless for 2 months, he is already indebted to his brother. He doesn't even have enough for the treatment, but operation? The thought makes his blood pressure rise. Hamid gets into an open space behind the gynae ward, smokes a cigarette. Although very poor, he can't help smoking. By giving up certain foods, he saves money for cigarettes. Smoking cigarettes is a means to conceal oneself. At least he thinks so. Dead bodies of newborns are piled up here. A few who have died before birth are also thrown in his place. Their eyes remain closed. They are nobody beyond any specific identity. They are just human children. If there is a delay in taking them to a morgue, a bad smell emanates from their bodies. The smell is carried on his cigarette smoke and becomes one with Hamid's breath. It even enters his lungs. No, he doesn't feel like spitting. He can visualize the decayed dead bodies in the faces of the people of the city before his world falls apart. Throwing the burning cigarette away, he thinks, let everything burn down. After spending 2 days here, he has observed that the dead bodies of the newborns are eventually taken to a morgue. And then the car from the Anjuman-e-Mofidul Islam welfare organization carries them to a graveyard. Hamid lights another cigarette. Many things are whirling inside his head. Fortunately, there is an organization like Anjuman Mufidul Islam in Dhaka. But why do people leave their own children unclaimed? How can they do this? Hamid puts his hand into his pocket yet again. If pockets are empty, there aren't many things you can do, only console yourself. It's not fair to ask people about their capabilities. With deep concentration, Hamid keeps looking at the mound of dead newborns. From a distance, it seems a heap of rubbish, like the heaps scattered here and there in the city. Only after getting close can one recognize their human bodies. The children with hands, legs, head, hair, chest, back in a perfect shape, and so on. If they die inside homes, parents throw them away. Very few children receive parental care and then go to graves. The grave is a cruel place, or peaceful. Hamid can't come to a conclusion. He's like that. He takes time to come to a conclusion. He can never decide. Remains flat over work and oof. With the nurse's permission, he enters the ward to see Firoja. When he draws near the bed, it appears to him that her eyes are blinking like flickering lamps. He holds her hands. You? Asks Firoja, startled. How do you feel? I don't know. Does the baby move? I can't tell. Doesn't he move his legs? Who knows? Have you eaten? Yes. You? No. I saved money. Didn't you smoke? Yes, I did. Then how is money saved? Firoza looks away. Are you angry? No. How long will you keep standing on the veranda? Now go home. I'm waiting to hear the baby's cry. I will hear the sound of his first cry. You won't be able to hear, but I will. Okay, fine. If I can't hear him make a sound, I will just keep standing beside the dead newborns. Dead newborns? Firoza's hair is spread out on the pillow. The nurse comes in and tells him to leave. Hamid goes out. He's extremely hungry. He ate only roti and aloo bhaji at his brother's house in the early morning. Hasn't had anything else the whole day. While drinking water from tube well outside, Hamid can see Anjuman Mufidul Islam's car in front of the mall. Maybe there is an unclaimed dead body to be taken away. Those who have everyone in a distant village go unclaimed forever for certain reasons. People who die by accident commit suicide, or people who are killed or disappear. Oh, so many types of deaths. Only those who die inside homes can understand any of this. What does it matter if they have owners or are unclaimed? Hamid still waits. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Shafiq. Our next reader will be Bernard Kapinpin, reading from his translation from Filipino of Santiago's Cult by Christian Sandon Cordero, forthcoming in our fall 2021 issue. Bernard Kapinpin is a poet and translator. His translations have appeared or are forthcoming from Ularat's Best Contemporary Short Stories in Translation from the Philippines, from Gaudi Boy Translates, the Arkansas International, the Washington Square Review, Agni, and elsewhere. He is one of the winners of the 2020 Words Without Borders Academy of American Poets Poems in Translation Contest. He lives in the Philippines. The author, Christian Sandon Cordero, is a poet, fiction writer, translator, and filmmaker based in Bicol, Philippines. His books of poetry have garnered him numerous awards, including the Southeast Asian Writers Award. He currently runs an independent bookshop and art space, The Savage Mind, in his home city. He will be a 2022 Artist in Residence Fellow of the Stellenbosch Institute for Advanced Study to complete his first novel. And over to you, Bernard.
Thank you, Corinne. I'll be reading excerpts from Cordero's short story, Santiago's Cult. This is a coming of age story set in a small town in Bicol during the martial law period. Here, the narrator's father, a soldier, is accused of being an aswang, a vampire-like mythical being. As soon as the lamp was lit at 6 every evening, and the chickens fluttered down from the cacao and jackfruit trees, father would leave. He wore shabby military fatigues, boots as large as my legs, and an antique amulet on which was inscribed an angelus that only father could read and understand. Que sexop, Dios míos, Deus noter. I had once attempted to say it aloud, but I almost followed my own tongue. He said that the prayer is sacred, that words have their own power, and that these should not be taken lightly. When one time he had caught me in the act of stashing it in my pocket, father had warned me that if I continued to utter the Angelus, all my hair would fall out and my tongue fully contort. I had wanted to use the triangular amulet with an open eye in the middle as ammunition. It was said to be the Lord's eye, the vision of the open eye, which seemed to have been carved out of the sky by lightning, was said to have been seen by my father's grandfather. The amulet weighed as much as a dozen marbles, and 20 flattened bottle caps. We used to play that scene. Whenever father wore the amulet, no metal or bronze could wound him, only lightning, snake bite, or any bite from a wild animal. Instead of scolding and welting me with his belt after catching me, father would calmly ask for his amulet and merely exchange it for a peso he took out from his ear. These past few months, father's departures had become more frequent. He came home in the early hours of the morning, like the bats living in the old bell tower in the Church of Santiago, who was father's favorite saint. So when I was born on the day of the saint's feast day, he didn't hesitate to make me a namesake of the mountain saint. Santiago was the patron saint of cavalry and soldiers. He was one of the Lord's 12 disciples, one of San Juan's brothers. Prominently seen in his iconography were decapitated heads and dismembered men strewn underneath Santiago's figure. They wore flashy turbans and had mustaches, like those of Plaridel or Antonio Luna, seen above blackboards, that seemed to have been curled by mother's friend. The men scattered below the patron saint's feet were apparently called Moros, enemies of the Christians. Even before the arrival of the Spaniards, they were said to often raid towns and abduct young women to take as child bearers and slaves. Moros were said to have been weaned on pigs' hearts when they were still in the womb. These people were the same ones that San Miguel trampled upon on the gin bottle's label. If one happened to examine him closely, Santiago's eyes looked as if they were overflowing with anger. His eyeballs, said an old sacristan, were cast from gold that came from a mountain of ice in South America, while the head and arms were fashioned from pure ivory in Africa. Many have tried to steal the santo, but no one has ever succeeded. The Moros, who still continue to wreak havoc, had also attempted to steal it during the first years of the Spanish era, but due to the miraculous statue, they had not been able to sack our town. Rumors had spread that Santiago's horse would come alive and sprout flaming horns like those of a bull if ever an enemy should come near it. It was believed that its eyes were more powerful than the amulet father wore, and that anyone wielding it would attain unbelievable strength. There had also been some rumors in town that each time the Santo went missing from its altar, it was accompanying father's group whenever they raided the towns of Topas, Malawag, and Tapayas, which were reportedly teeming with rebels that Apo had ordered to be pursued. These rebels were the new Moros. "Your father's an aswang," shouted my playmate Intoy, when I lost at text and grew tired playing. It was as if Mother Spirit had possessed me and wanted to force feed my playmate with sand when I heard him saying it. "Is there an aswang that prays to the saints, Aber?" I retorted back at Intoy, clutching his remaining 3 text cards of Panday and Pedro Penduko. Whatever our neighbors say that your father is an aswang. That's why your mother has a mask on her throat. And why don't you grow? Because you have asbok blood. Not contented, he continued to shout until he went home. Tiago, midget, supot. He acted like a ravenous crow, hurling insults at me until he was swallowed up by the dark that gradually enveloped the town. The last thing I heard was the sudden crack of his voice. I went home carrying the text as thick as my books that I had acquired. I hid them in a small cabinet so that mother wouldn't find them. That night, I couldn't take my mind off Intoy's claim that my puniness and mother's mask were because of my father was an aswang. To be an aswang was even more terrifying. There were stories around town that long before the missionaries arrived, our town had been a nest of malignant and evil spirits. Only Santiago could vanquish their camp. The aswang were evil beings, and those devils were often seen wandering during a new moon to devour new victims. An aswang must take a coconut shell with 2 eyes and slather it with guano before it could levitate into the darkness and kill. There are 2 types of aswang. An aswang who could fly, known as manananggal, and an aswang who walks, called an asbok. They were both acolytes from hell. And those days when God was dead, they gathered in the Mayon volcano to reaffirm their allegiance to the dark powers. Aswang were afraid of water, especially holy water. And once, when a woman was thought to be an aswang in our town during the Japanese occupation, she was dragged to the river, her hips tied to a large stone, and was thrown in the water. If the woman was an aswang, she wouldn't sink, as she would use her powers to walk on water and escape. But when she sank and died, the woman was proved innocent. That woman died from bleeding. Her blood had mixed in the river. The woman had been 2 months pregnant, and her husband had just been found dead while gathering coconuts, and the 2 were rumored to be spies for the Japanese. Most believed that there were more female aswang, and that they were more powerful than the male aswang. Female aswang were more ferocious when angered, like giant hens. When the moon was full, the aswang appeared, some strolling in the air, or if not, in the basement, feasting on the spit of the ill. Fuera Diyos, fuera hulog. This was the Angelus the aswang chanted. It meant, there is no God, I will not stumble. There is another Angelus uttered repeatedly by aswang, until their spreading wings sprout. Siri, Siri, daing Diyos kung banggi, labaw sa kakahoyan, lagbas sa kasirongan. Do not fear, do not worry. There is no God in the night, above the forest, outside the basement. Sometimes they took the form of a boar, a cat, or even a dog. Phlegm was a vitamin to them, and blood was water to quench their thirst. Aswang could not be killed, they only hibernated. So before they went into hibernation, the aswang first had to pass a black orb to whichever relative or person they chose to propagate the line. An aswang could not rest until it had passed it on to others. I have heard these stories retold by elders of the town, who little by little had died and perhaps had been the victims of aswang themselves. But still their tales remain, with a warning to never tell stories about aswang on Tuesdays and Fridays, because the aswang's hearing is more acute on those 2 days. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Bernard. And our final reader will be Chamini Kulatunga, reading from her translation from Sinhalese of A Thin Net Over an Abyss by Lianage Amarakirti, forthcoming in our fall 2021 issue. Chamini Kulatunga is a Sri Lankan translator. She's a graduate of the Iowa Translation Workshop and a former visiting fellow at Cornell University's South Asia program. Chamini is currently working as Asymptote's editor-at-large for Sri Lanka and as an associate editor at the Songbridge Project, a nonprofit publisher of literary translations based in Iowa City. She is a recipient of Cornell University's Global South Translation Fellowship in 2021, and her work has appeared in the Los Angeles Review of Books, the Los Angeles Review, World Literature Today, Asymptote, Project Bloom, and elsewhere. Lianagan Amarakirti is a contemporary Sri Lankan writer, critic, and academic. He is the author of 8 collections of short stories, 5 novels, and 2 collections of poetry. He's also a writer of 2 children's books, 6 academic books, and 10 translations into Sinhalese. His novel Atawaka Putu, Half Moon Suns, won the Best Sinhala Novel Award at the 2008 State Literary Festival. He's also the recipient of the National Award for Literature in 2000, the Swarna Pustaka Award in 2014 and 2016, and the Vyodaya Literary Award in 2014 for his fiction and prose works. Over to you, Chamini.
Thank you, Corinne, for that introduction and for encouraging me to submit and helping me edit this piece. The title of the story is A Thin Net Across an Abyss, a phrase borrowed from Wittgenstein. This is a story that casts a satirical eye on the current education system in Sri Lanka that we largely inherited through British colonialism. And I'm only going to read a few excerpts from the story because it's a very long, short story. Excerpt 1. The story I'm about to tell you is a strange one. For now, let's not worry about the names of the characters. Let's call them man, woman, and child. Was it Baudelaire or Mallarmé that said, to define is to destroy? Naming is like that too. To name is to kill. Excerpt 2. Man's parents were teachers, so were women's. They both grew up hearing the mantra, if you don't get a good education, the world will laugh at us. Remember, your parents are teachers. This mantra was chanted verbatim in both households and eventually became the 6th Buddhist precept in their houses. Excerpt 3. So the kids passed the scholarship exam in the 5th grade, the ordinary level exam in the 11th, and the advanced level exam in the 13th grade. The 4 teachers were happy. They were now safe from the laughter of the world. Then the kids obtained their degrees, took the college batch photo, enlarged and framed photos of themselves wearing regalia, found good jobs, got married, built a house, bought a brand new car, got promoted, even with a little delay, had child, enrolled him in an English medium preschool, made friends with people who had kids in English medium preschools, became happy if their new friends lived similar lives, and if they didn't, man and woman found happiness in each other's company. Before I go any further, there's something I need to confess. Man in the story is me, woman, my wife, and child is my son. The reason I use these names in the first part of the story was because that's how I'd like to look back at my life up to that point. Generic. Excerpt 4. One day, when I was 13, I was punished for breaking the 6th precept. A nasty kid in my class taught me how to screen a movie on a wall using a flashlight and a cookie box. This nasty kid had several old film rolls he'd gotten from his uncle who worked at the Imperial Cinema. He also had made his own film with hand-drawn pictures in red, blue, and black ink. He'd used stories from the comic book Sitara. The nasty kid not only taught me how to make the cookie box projector, he also gave me his hand-drawn film roll along with the used one from his uncle. Soon, I was obsessed with the film screening business. And I started breaking the 6th precept. The precepts are bound to be broken at some point, right? Isn't that why they've been imposed on mankind in the first place? Why isn't there one like, thou shalt not fly? Because those who make those precepts know that people can't fly and wouldn't try it either. Precepts are there because it's just natural for people to try and do the restricted verbs followed by the shall not. So as I went deep into this projecting business, I wanted to make a theater of my own. So I pushed my desk into a corner of my room, covered it with the biggest blanket I could find, and crawled under the table. It was dark, pitch dark. I held the projector against the black space in front of me. Almost all the pictures from the Imperial Cinema was the same, but not the one the nasty kid had drawn. It had characters like Toga, Unico, Dedunu, Callum from local comics. And there was also a picture of a man and a woman doing that thing. It was so lifelike, as if we'd seen them doing it for real. It was when I kept staring hypnotically at this last picture that my mother looked under the table. The couple was doing it on the wall. My teacher mother ran away with a high-pitched squeal. In her mind, I'd broken several precepts under that pitch-dark table. Then my teacher father tried me and passed the verdict. I was knelt down and made to chant the sixth precept for a good long while. Later that day, my mother made a complaint to one of her teacher friends in my school and caught the nasty kid who spoils innocent kids. She also made sure that the nasty kid's teacher find the nasty film roll in his backpack. And in order to protect the sixth precept, I had to break the fourth, thou shalt not lie. I didn't bother finding what happened to the nasty kid afterward. I heard he was transferred to another school. Did I tell you that I was reminded of this story when my son was 9? It was when this story gate crashed my mind that I realized how our lives had once been running on precepts, charts, formulas, and multiplication tables. And now we are running on constitutions and establishment codes. Thank you very much. And be sure to check out the full story this fall.
Thank you so much, Chamini, and thank you again to all the readers, Mirgul, Shafiq, Bernard, and Chamini. And as Chamini said, if you got an interest in these stories by hearing these excerpts, please do check out the past issues, summer and fall 2020, and the forthcoming fall 2021 issue. And if you're a translator, please consider submitting to us at the Massachusetts Review. Thank you so much for joining us.
Seu flor prosper.